Last we left off, Zenesha, after reeling from the combat with Buddy, the betrayal had set in, and beckoning her god as to how all of this was allowed to happen, traveled southward, as was planned, with the Forge Force to make their way to Nicodranus. Upon entering Nicodranus, the group made haste to the Tide Peak Tower, where they met Darren, an elven wizard. It was here Zanesha discovered that something called the Chains of Anguish were within his possession, and were in some way related to the Shard of Agony that was in hers. As the night came to a close, Zanesha was granted the ability to design her room within this tower. As in a subdimensional space, Darren was able to allow this. Electing childhood home, the cottage on the edge of the city, or rather a town, that had some years ago burned to the ground. That is where we come to the beginning of this session. You lie, Zanesha, staring up at the ceiling. Are you in the middle of the floor, or did you go to your childhood bed?
She would probably be in the exact spot where her dad shoved her under the floorboards.
The space almost doesn't hold you, but it's just enough. You still recall the blood of your mother and father dripping through the boards and trailing across your face as you so obediently stayed silent as you were commanded. Images of the past come flashing back to you. Hearing a horn in the distance, the smell of the smoke. Your prayer to your God was fervent and honest. And you can feel him here. You can feel Orthax. And you can feel that rage from deep within, boiling under the surface. You were told once before, as you questioned whether to confront Basil about his potential associations with Yuan-Ti, that your vengeance is your own choice. And you cling to this vengeance tightly. It takes you a number of hours to fall asleep. Every time you begin to doze off, another image floods your mind. Your father nearly flipping the table in order to expose the rug that he rips away. Small details, the things you hyper-focused on because of the adrenaline. His leather bracers with white fur. His tusks, one broken. The full-blooded orc man large in stature, dwarfed your mother. A rather fair individual for a half-orc, in stark contrast to the form you've cultivated in yourself. Some things are coming with more clarity than they have in the past. The vision you had with Gilmore and the Goblin Merchant, Wilfred, they started after this point. It was when things had already gone wrong. But now it's like your mind is working backwards. And as it does, you come to a moment where your family and you are just sitting at a table as the sun sets out the window, casting pinkish orange hues across the space you're in. Your mother and father look at each other and smile. You are small. The chair swallows you. But you're there with them. Then you finally fall asleep. Immediately on the onset of unconsciousness, smoke begins to fill your vision, wisping and swirling in front of you. There's no voice. You sense you have form here, but it's not necessarily your body. What do you do?
Hello? See if it'll communicate back.
There's no response.
I'm gonna reach out to it, see if she can touch it.
As you reach out, it's not as if a hand reaches out. You know that your will is extending. You know you are reaching. But it's not a body that you're using. It's something deeper. You don't necessarily feel a touch, but you feel there is a presence here. You recognize the presence. It's Orthax. Though your vision's obscured, that deep sense of a desire to end those that have done wrong against another permeates the space, filters through you. For a moment, you feel you might lose yourself in it.
Does it feel like a deep angry desire, or just a general thing just to get rid of the bullies, essentially?
There's a double edge to it. From within yourself, you have your mission, you have your ideals, as you will them. That hasn't changed, albeit maybe slightly more directed. But what you get from Orthax, go ahead and make an insight check. And also add your religion mod to it.
My religion mod is 0, so it's a 12.
Easy enough. In the past, in what seldom direct communion you've had with Orthax, there was always an underlying anger or maybe even hatred to it. But now there's something else, almost like a trepidation, concern. Can't get much more than that.
Are you still unhappy with me?
The voice you hear is different. Not with you.
Then what's wrong?
Some of the smoke begins to thin, and you begin to see some of the form that you'd expect, but changing. Smaller in stature. The horns remain, the brilliant orange-red glowing eyes still there, but the form is substantially more humanoid.
Is it normal for you to change what you look like, Orthax?
The smoke still blocks much of your view. Only in the gaps between the billows do you see. Turns up his hand. I am evolving.
Evolving in a good way?
The path of the divine is neither good nor evil. There is only the domain.
Okay, so is your evolution why you could talk to me the last time I tried to pray?
Even with only a 12 on insight, you can tell that what you just said. You see his shoulders sink a little bit. His head doesn't bow to you, but tilts and lowers just slightly. And then he reconnects his gaze with you, and the smoke begins to clear. And what you see, you know it's Orthax. The long clawed hands still there, though the blackened, veiled look is almost gone, as white flesh has taken up the arms, the lower part of the face. The sharp chin that used to be there is now rounded, white, almost soft. Rather than hovering as a specter, 2 legs extend down, wrapped in black leather. Still stands a modicum taller than you, but significantly different. And he says, I was bound for a time, yes.
Bound by who?
No. My own my own will.
So, like a caterpillar going to a butterfly, you were in a cocoon?
You always speak so frankly. I suppose I should come to expect it.
Oh, I guess I'm not getting more of an answer than that. Is there anything else you wanted to talk to me about?
He takes a step towards you, and your words catch in your throat. There is an indomitable presence from him that you really only felt the first time you interacted. And the reality sets in a little bit. That an ascended being stands before you, calling you across whatever dimension or space lies between you to hold audience. And he steps forward again, and though you have no body here, you swear you feel your heart thump. And steps forward again, and you see him in greater detail. Smoke billows from his shoulders as if a cape was worn. His eyes glowing like the embers of a fire or the sparking of black powder. Cocks his head at you. I have chosen you as my champion to mete out vengeance across this world in which you reside. There stands threats in your world that threaten even this domain. There is a time of great... Go ahead.
I assume you mean Igandu?
And another, though there is time. Beneath where you rest is an artifact. It has already been offered to you. It will serve you, which will serve me.
I assume that means I have to do whatever it takes to get it.
Just kind of a knowing nod. There is also something else beneath where you rest. His head tilts and you can see his eyes close as if he's peering off into something. As best as I can determine, you will see it soon.
Do I need to do anything with that?
Take in its details. Pay attention. Learn. A weapon that could defy the gods. As he stands back up straight, smoke begins to encircle you.
Oh. Like do a bow. Show respect.
Okay. Carry with you many of my boons. Use them. If you fail, much will be lost. Smoke clouds your vision. You fall fully into unconsciousness. The night's rest is dreamless from that point, and you wake in the morning. When you do wake, you hear footsteps, very, very faint, in the room above you.
Wouldn't know what's above her.
Well, you had laid yourself beneath the floorboards, yes?
Oh, yes. I was thinking something else. And she looked through the floorboards, figure out what's walking.
Make a perception check.
Elf again.
What you see is a semi-ethereal entity, kind of like the upper half of a humanoid form, rather shapeless in the face, is moving something on a platter from one space of the room to the other.
So it looks more spectral.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna assume it's one of his servants, and that's a plate of food, maybe. She'll wait for it to leave.
Okay. Takes about another minute or so, but eventually it does excuse itself. Do you emerge?
Yeah, she'll crawl out and see what was left behind.
At the moment where you go to crawl out, your gaze is drawn to the path that as a child you took to escape. A hastily dug dirt tunnel that led to the outer foundation of the home. How long would you pause to look?
She might actually walk outside and look at it, see if she would fit there.
So you rise up out of the floorboards and go out the door to look at the tunnel.
Mm.
Looking at it, you're pretty certain that it was not dug by a full-grown half-orc. It was dug over time by a little girl who just wanted to have something to do. It would not.
And she'll go back in and see what's on the platter.
What would Zanesha's favorite food be?
Oh gosh. Whatever fun meat dish her mom would make, like for those family dinners. As long as it's not pork, because she's abhorrent to that now.
Fair enough. But, yeah, some very, very rich, deeply colored shanks of lamb sit on the platter. thick and rich, dripping. It looks real good.
Yeah, it's just
Your belly filled. The dread and dark nostalgia from last night seems to be not assuaged in that it is forgotten, but like there's a strength emotionally that you're handling it. The door, well, if you could call it that, a entryway that stands in this open space in front of your childhood home that suddenly becomes another chamber, lies open.
she'll go over like carefully and investigate it. Make sure it's not like a trap first or something.
Okay. Looking at it, I mean, you didn't turn around when you first came into this space. You were very focused on the scene you had created for yourself. It's just the entrance to your room, the space that you created. And what you see on the other side is just the rest of the inside of the Tide Peak Tower, the kind of meeting room that you had all been in.
She'll go through. As Darren was saying that they needed to make plans and they didn't do that the night before, so he's just assuming everyone else is going to come out at some point.
As you come out, you are apparently the first, but it does not take long of walking up and kind of resting your hands on the chairs, debating whether just to sit down and wait, that another door opens, and you turn to see Darren step through. The room behind him, he almost steps out of blackness. There's nothingness behind him, and the door closes, and then, as if it was never there, is gone. You seem to
Well, that
be
was
the
a cool
first.
entrance.
Yes. You seem to be the first to wake.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's usually Syranos.
He is otherwise predisposed.
Yeah, I figured.
Last night I told you of what I have here. Yes.
Yes, and I would like to get those chains.
Please. And he gestures to a seat that is close to the head of the table.
She'll sit.
And he pulls out the chair. He actually turns his chair to somewhat face you and rests on the table, kind of just looking at you for a little bit.
She'll start like doing this, seeing if there's something weird left on her from the other room.
What do you know of the history of our world?
Not a lot, just that there are gods and they're not here anymore.
Given your nature, I'll put it this way. Once upon a time, there was an empty and dark world. And then the founding happened. Creatures of immense power came and brought light and life to this dark world. That world is Exandria, where we live. as life filled the world and that new life began to grow, there came a time that some of the beings of immense power began to abuse them, abused the new life. The races we know today, human, half-orc, and the schism occurred. A war between these gods. And they isolated themselves on the other side of the divine gate. That then moves to the age of Arcanum. A long period of prosperity for mortals. He shifts a little bit, crosses his arms. At some point during the Age of Arcanum, a number of the gods that have now been named betrayers attempted to re-enter Exandria, many of them successful for a time. And war broke out anew. There are artifacts from this time. And as he says the word artifact, you immediately, your mind kind of shifts to that moment. Or Orthax used that word. Artifacts of great power. It's not known how many there truly were. But some are in the possession of a number of individuals. Some were deemed too dangerous to remain accessible. Would you please show me the piece you have?
She'll pull it out of her bag and put it on the table.
He steps away, gesturing to a bookshelf, which then the books seem to shift in from one side and out of the other side of the bookshelf itself. An entire library accessible from a single shelf. Sorry, just pulling something up.
Okay.
Pulls out a book. What you have there is a fraction of a vestige of divergence. One of those artifacts of great power. Brings the book down and sets it down. To put it bluntly, it is the clasp that holds the chains of the three flails. This sits atop a shaft. And at the base of that shaft would be another chain with another hooked flail. In its entirety, it is called Agony.
Oh, I guess you don't know exactly how many pieces it's in then, just what it looks like in the end.
I only know what was entrusted to this tower when it was broken. These artifacts are far too powerful to be simply destroyed, else this one would have been. The only reason I am willing to help you assemble it is this. He stands again and turns around, facing away from you while he speaks. During the calamity, gods chose champions at a much higher rate than they do today. And many of them armed those champions with these artifacts. Agony is not truly of a full-fledged god. Instead, it was fabricated by a demigod. The Null Demon Lord, Yinagu.
We've put it to him, kind of.
How so?
When I wasn't there, I just saw the after effects, but it was a bunch of gnolls and they cursed a baby out in Comorta.
Mm-hmm. Then it may not be so circumstantial. Yigandu is the sister of this demon lord of the abyss.
Think they're working together to destroy all these cities.
I could only postulate, but given that one ascended to godhood, leaving behind the other, and the loose relationships in demon society, I would not expect it. And in fact, he sits back down and kind of puts a finger on the shard and pushes it back towards you. And it's as you really kind of take a look at it now, this shard you have is a rounded, you've been using it as a handle, mind you, section, spiky, which is why it cuts you when you use it, and then kind of this ring to it that you've been stabbing people with. I believe this may have unique ability to do harm to servants of Yigandu.
Well, that's great, considering I'd like to take them out.
Do you have any ability to craft? Are you a jeweler, a blacksmith, anything of the like?
No, Shesham's the forger. I mean, if it requires strength, like, maybe I can do something.
Assembling the pieces of agony is going to require expertise. I could hand you the chain now and it would serve you little. The ring that connects them This. And the chains. I do not have it. One in Tylor does. His name is Ranger Lord Omle.
Lord what?
Ranger Lord Omle.
He's in Taldore?
Yes. He is the spy master of the Taldore Council.
Sounds important.
He has the ring that would allow you to connect the chain to the haft.
Are you two on good terms? Like, is he just gonna hand it over, or am I gonna have to do something again?
I work with the Taldore Council on a regular basis. I will be able to inform of your intent, but I cannot dictate their actions.
That's fair.
As I told the younger of your party, though, he acts as a leader. I will take action in this world to help, but I will not follow. There are things I can do. And I am giving you, he waves his hand off to the side, and a stone. It looks like, a river rock that you would just chuck. And it floats over to his hand from a shelf. A means of contacting me. Sets it on the table next to the shard.
I'm assuming that the stone looks like the same thing that Professor Decide used with us.
Yes.
So if I just speak into this thing, you're gonna get it? Message?
You may have to focus on it for a time until you get the hang of it. It can also only be used once a day, and your message must be rather brief. But if there is something you wish to apprise me of, or something you desperately need an answer to, I may be able to help.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I have only one concern. The god you serve. Vengeance. My specialty is magic of divination. I can peer into the past, or view glimpses of premonition. I will not, again, dictate your actions. I just advise caution.
Hearing that from a lot of people.
I must excuse myself to attend to something. As I said before you all rested, this tower is at your disposal for as long as it takes. And you are not restricted. You may move among the city as you please.
Oh, am I not getting the chains now?
As I said, when you have the ring that would bind them, then that is what we will discuss.
Okay, still thought it would be cool to have them.
Judging by the condition of that, I expect you would attempt to use it as a weapon. As it exists now.
Yeah.
I would advise against it. It is not in its completed state. There is no telling what effect it may have.
I mean, it worked perfectly fine the last few times I used it.
Very well. But the chains will be yours when you come back with the ring.
But she's gonna, like, mentally nudge over Thax just to make extra sure he's cool with that.
Make a religion check. Murder him! Because that'll go well.
16!
So basically what my reaction was, it's about what you get from Orthax, where it's like, no, it's wordless, but you get a pretty good, strong sense that it's fine.
We'll just give him a thumbs up, be like, okay.
Zenesha, you often speak plainly, and it is not a vice. But you discredit your intelligence sometimes, and you need not. You may not be learned of books and mathematics, but there is more to your mind. I can tell. He turns. Another door. Steps through. And it's gone. What's going through Zanesha's head?
Yeah, she's gonna think to herself, she's like, this is the first time anyone called me smart. Even though she didn't say the word smart. She's just like confused.
No, it didn't say the word smart. But
he didn't. She's like, wait a minute.
And as you sit there in this meeting chamber, alone at the moment, looking around, a number of items all around you that who knows what they're capable of. And also a room that bends to your will. That's where we're going to end this session.
I do one thing.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Is there anything in the room like rope or chains?
There are, let's see, what would be? The chandelier has, effectively connecting all the light sections, chains.
Take it down. Well, I'm thinking this assuming that I can see the doors to the other people's rooms, kind of.
No, right now there are no doors. You are in a doorless, windowless room. It's actually kind of off-putting.
She wants to cause at least a little bit of chaos, but then
Of course. What is Zenesha doing? Carving artwork into the table again, or?
No, I mean she wants to be nice. She wants to make sure she's gonna get the chains in the end.
Want to be nice by causing chaos, okay?
I was gonna try and trap Sashem in his room, but it's not gonna work. Or okay.
As real quick, as you think, as you think to Shashem's room, a door does appear. but then as the thought passes, it's gone again. Seems that there's ability to call what you're looking for to a degree. But you remember from last night there were limits.
Yeah. Well, since she knows that the door isn't gonna stay.
So what was your thought with the books?
Yeah, she's gonna walk over to the books and think about the Uwan tea and see if maybe she can get a book on them.
Okay. As you think of a topic, it buzzes for a while. And it comes to a halt. And a number of books are in front of you. A couple in languages you do not understand. A couple in common. Many look to be bound in snakeskin. Some are of dark green. And one of a lighter brown.
She's gonna take any book in common and the brown one.
Okay. As the number of books in common fill your hand, and you look to the San Duanti of Exandria and slide it from the shelf. That is where we're going to end tonight's session. Last we left off, Syranos traveling south with the Forge Force boarded a passing airship that was brought to a halt by Sashem on your way to Nicodranus. On this airship, he met Lady Maria, who alongside Basil revealed the distinct difference in the level of how bound either was to fate. In the morning after that fortune reading, Lady Maria was found dead, as if she herself had been bound by thread. Making the rest of the way to Nicodranus and into the Wizard's Tower, the Tide Peak Tower. Syranos was told by Darren that he would wish to converse with him. You created a room, Syranos. Your known personal room from Bice's Teal. Lavish in comparison to the sum of the places you've stayed since setting out as an adventurer. What was your original expectation when you set out as an adventurer? What were you thinking you were going to be doing?
I wasn't sure. I wanted to find answers, and I knew I'd have to work along the way. And the work that was more in line with me traveling happened to be adventuring and doing quests for towns that were short. And since I'm heading to Singorn, it was just convenient that way.
You rise from the night's reverie, which again is a repeat of one of the previous that you've had And that thought crosses your mind of what stark contrast there is between what you expected on your way to Singorn versus what you have faced. It weighs on you. The betrayal, the battles, the exposure to magics and technologies like Geside's laboratory that stand so far outside of your understanding. The magic of this tower. The people you've met. There's a recognition of realness that sets in. That every aspect of this world is in motion, and it is happening regardless of whether you are there. But there does, in fact, seem to be something driving you, or maybe pulling you in the direction you originally intended. You sit there, still lying on your bed. What does the canopy over your bed look like? Because I'm assuming there's a canopy.
Actually, there's not a
Okay.
canopy.
Does it have those crossbars or anything?
It's actually, I sent you an image from last time. I don't know if it's still in there.
Yeah, but it didn't show the roof.
No, but
But
you can
yes,
see
I
there's
saw
no
that.
canopy.
Oh, you're right. Oh, there's the chandelier. Okay.
Yeah.
So you look up to the chandelier, and as what you know to be a synthetic morning sun rises within this illusion you've rested in. It glitters exactly like you remember. And there is a small ringing in your head. Again, since Sashem came and spoke with you last time. Somebody is attempting to gain access.
Okay. I'll just think about response.
Okay. And in a space kind of in the middle of your room, a doorway appears and two doors swing open. Darren steps inside. I sensed that you were awakened for the day.
Yeah, I am. Good
I
morning,
hope
Darren.
I am not. Good morning. I am hoping that I am not intruding.
No, I was just enjoying a home mist.
A rather lavish home you come from, and the door disappears behind him.
Vice's Teal is quite beautiful. I don't know if you've been there.
I have, some centuries ago. He walks over to what in your room would be kind of, it's like a meeting table.
Mm-hmm.
It's used anytime there's any kind of business to be had, or tea. And as your gaze moves that direction, a tea set that was not there previously is there. And he sits down. Would you join me?
Yes, of course. And head over to the table.
Sitting next to him, you think to the last time your mother sat across what this table represents from you.
You mean
It wasn't,
Lara?
yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't a cold meeting, but it wasn't warm. It was awkward. Shortly after you had announced that you wished to leave, essentially. To which she made clear her objections, but made no effort to dissuade you. Her words that you would always have a home ring in your ears once more. What is it you smile for?
Oh, last time I was right here was saying goodbye to family.
There is a dichotomy to the ability to manifest whatever place you wish. Bit of a double-edged sword.
I could see that.
He reaches forward and pours some tea for you. What would be Syranos' favorite tea?
It's really more of just a simple green tea.
Simple green. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is actually an imported tea, Isis teal. Which, of course, is to be expected of those of station. And as he pours it and sees the liquid change entering your cup, of privilege indeed, pours himself some, and kind of a thicker, no, not thicker, but a richer, dark tea, like a barley, enters his. And even at this distance, you can smell that not a harsh bitterness, but a bitterness does permeate. Where yours doesn't really perfume the room.
Yeah.
Takes a sip and sets it back down. What have you been taught of reverie?
Mostly that well, I wasn't okay. I've been taught that it is a view on one's past life and regaining memories of such. That goes over the course of years, and that most half-elves don't experience it.
I spent some time last night before my reverie, contemplating your situation. To call you a half-elf is perhaps wrong. As I do not believe you are impure of blood.
How so?
My focus in schools of magic is divination, not alteration like you saw before me, or anything that would truly allow manipulation of the soul. But time and fate, which you've already delved into a modicum.
Much like Lady Maria.
One of the reasons I was looking forward to her visit. Fellow practitioner. I'll be perfectly honest that in some regards I am not as skilled as her. But in others I have power.
I thought
Do you know? Go ahead.
I thought about what you experienced with Sashem. I am afraid what has happened to Lady Maria would befall you if you did the same to me. I know it
I
wasn't
sent
my
a message.
fault, but I can't help but feel the attachment.
I sent message and received information of what was allowed from both the authorities and Captain Scorch. It is hard to know if there is relation. Though I know it will not assuage your concerns, even if it were due to your condition. Fault does not lie with you. To peer at another's fate is to invite it upon yourself. As a practitioner of divination, it's one of the first lessons you learn.
She had said that I was more tightly bound in the thread of fate than anyone she had seen before.
And then you saw that she had died as though she was bound.
Yes. And before Lady Maria, I reach in and I pull out a little vial. It's glowing. Put it on the table.
He takes it.
Now, hearing from a merchant that they like to enchant and mess around with things like spit from different creatures, I offered mine.
Yes.
And
He sets it on the table.
he said it drew all of his ether out just from going to put a little bit into it.
Strange. There are only a number of creatures whose humors and biles are so potent.
I only show you and tell you these things in hopes that you are careful enough, because I don't know what will happen if you delve into me.
I am cautious enough that after another practitioner of divination has succumbed to their mortal limits so shortly after meeting you, that I will not be directly interfering with your fate.
I think that wise.
Understand that that abundance of caution is not a condemnation on your responsibility in the matter.
Of course.
Takes another sip of tea. Your reverie is showing you a life of a being that is not an elf. I can tell you, and he reaches his hand and a spectral chest, probably about 3 feet wide, 1.5 feet tall, appears, opens, and then a scroll comes out. that you are not the first. And he leans it over to you. As you undo the simple twine and unroll this vellum, first you quickly recognize that the vellum is fine. It is likely the highest quality vellum you've actually had in your hand.
Oh, wow.
It is smooth as if the fibers don't exist. It'd be perfect even by like modern day standards for paper.
Cool.
On it is a number of depictions. One of an elf. Seems to be part beast. Another of an elf who appears to be of angelic wings and blued skin, but still very clearly an elf. And the last of an elf, dark red of skin, and black horns that rise from the head.
There's others like me?
Not in our time, but there have been.
What is this?
He stands, turns away from you. You can tell he's contemplating. Just roll an insight check.
Okay. Inside. Come on, dice. Do the thing. 10.
And he's in contemplation. That much is clear. You're not able to get much more than that. It takes a good moment, and you actually take a couple sips of tea in the time waiting for him. And after the second time, as your cup clanks on the tabletop, a short time ago, not so short, roughly 400 years, there was a congregation of elves who wished freedom from the eternal cycle of rebirth. You understand that is the source of our long lives and our reverie, yes?
I do, yes.
When the gods were unhappy with the original elves' desire to relive lives free of the burden of the previous, our lineage was cursed with reverie, so that we could live no life free of the previous. The deeper lives that go beyond the calamity, the schism. Many elves still do not live long enough for their reverie to reach that far back. They spend their entire lives remembering more and more. And something you may come to know with your reverie is that every time the entirety of the memory will play in your mind everything you've been exposed to. And then it adds a little more. Do you understand what that means?
That I gain a little bit of information every single time.
That is the positive, yes. But that also means that you are living lifetimes upon lifetimes every night that you close your eyes. Have you ever wondered why older elves are so crotchety? Isolated.
Yes, actually, I have.
Cruel. This is why. That is the curse of reverie. You still wish it upon yourself?
I mean, I don't have a choice, do I?
Takes the scroll back. "400 years ago, shortly after the rise of Orthax, who ascended from within the burning hills and had little impact on the world at large. A congregation of elves sought for a way to free themselves from the cycle of rebirth. They were able to succeed. But the method was essentially to trade places with another soul that was not bound.
Oh. Sorry, are you implying that my mother could have done this?
I cannot attest to what I have not observed. It is something I intend to utilize my skills to investigate while you are here.
Okay.
I think it is without a doubt that your soul is in fact not elven, as neither was mine.
Hold up, little confusion there. So were you similar to me in that aspect of what I'm going through?
In a way, you bear the soul of, and he looks at your legs, your arms, the scales on the side of your face, the horns on the side of your head. You bear the soul of something entirely different. I was a human that died the moment before this congregation of elves executed their ritual. and my soul was plucked from its path towards the orchards of Palor and thrust into this form.
Can I insight that to see if he's upset about that?
Yeah, go ahead and roll an insight.
Okay. Just the wording he used was like, just curious. 16.
There's an underlying sorrow,
Okay.
and it's a sorrow of grief, of loss, not of self-pity or anything like that. Like he was expecting to see someone.
I see why this could be called a curse. Thrust.
I lived a full life.
But now you don't get to see your loved ones. In the
He
fields.
looks at you, not a glare, but like a you dick. Almost.
You have my deepest condolences on that, because that is horrible.
In a way, I do see them. Every reverie. My life beginning to end. Every night. The story of a human is short in the reverie of an elf. He leans forward and actually put his hand on yours. The story of a dragon is long. And that's where we're going to end the session. Last we left off, Sashem had left the Wuyun city, traveling south alongside Drak and the Forge Force, escorting the cabbage merchant. Hailing a passing airship through unconventional means, and being allowed to board through having exhibited the ability to warp metal to his will. A number of things happened aboard the ship. Its main patron passed, and the party made their way to Nicodranus, where the Tide Peak Tower stood. Upon reaching the Tide Peak Tower, Sashem allowed Darren, the wizard of that tower, to peer into his mind, revealing a great multitude of pieces of information. Essentially, the entire quest of the Forge Force to this point. The conflicts against Ygondu, Sashem's experience beneath the Bromkiln Hills, and the lay analysts in bringing forth a Quintus. And even a brief insight into the farewell with his brother, who exhibited newfound magical abilities after Quintus was released. But Sashem, now you stand in your room menagerie, assembled from the nicest or most interesting pieces of all of the places you've been in the recent history. And as you lie there, the expectation that you should be going to sleep, your mind wanders. It's 2 months, almost to the day, since you left. Which seems like such a great deal has happened, but at the same time, like it was just yesterday. You reflect on all that you've experienced in this time. You've been conscripted into the service of a god you didn't even know existed. Granted powers and boons, the ability to use magic that you did not know existed. Been reprimanded by that deity for your actions. Stepped upon an unknown magical altar and offered years of your life for an answer. Suffered betrayal at the hands of one you grew to care for. Where else does Sashem's mind go?
When he registers how long it's been, but then thinks of the time physically that his body has now passed, he's going to run over to the bathroom fancied after Syranos's and find a mirror.
Which is not difficult, as Syranos' room, quite lavish. There is a full 4-foot wide floor-to-ceiling mirror that you can tell in the space was generally meant to reflect light, to amplify the effect of an overhanging magical lantern and chandelier, but also stands as a way for you to view yourself. I'm assuming your armor is removed at this point.
Yeah, but at this point he's going to take off his shirt too.
You know, you were not weak before aging. You had decent muscle. I mean, you were a healthy, well-fed child. And it's in having that consideration that you realize you really are still a child. But then you look at this body, and the arms are large, the veins bulging out on the forearms and hands. Work that you can tell this body has done, but that you did not do, has shaped this body into a weapon, a tool. Maybe both. It's by no means perfect. You have scars now from wounds you've sustained. Burns. Blasts of arcane that have peeled away layers of skin. The healing magic handles most of it. But on your chest, where there should be hair that matches the density of the rest of it, it's spotted and splotchy where fire has scarred the skin. Across the rib, a blade that had entered. You think back to your battles, times you were struck and hit. And that's when you hear in your head this little, kind of like a ringing, just like on the inside.
I'm gonna slightly tap my head. That just sounds weird.
Okay. You go back to inspecting yourself a little bit, kind of turning to the side, starting to get a lot more scruff. You haven't shaved since you aged. It's starting to get a little longer. You've never had to shave before.
I've shaved once. Well, I didn't shave. It was
Zenesha
technically
shaved
Zenesha.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But you haven't since then.
No.
Yeah. And that scar still remains.
Yeah. Great.
But after a moment again,
I don't know how these things work, but I'm assuming that I'm supposed to be answering something.
As you express the intent to answer, what happens is behind you with a slight crackle of almost like electrical energy. It's just a this doorway cuts itself into the air. And stepping forward, clad in a simple robe, simpler than what Darren was wearing originally, is Darren. But it is a Darren whose hair and head on this side is cracked, and green cracks, splinters of his form are across the surface of him through the clothes. He steps in with his arms crossed in front of him.
Aaron, you don't look so good.
I am a simulacrum of Darren. The master has instructed that I should attend to your inquiries today. And the door vanishes behind him.
Can you do more than just answer my inquiries?
I have a modicum remaining of magical power, as well as the ability to be of service.
Okay, because I could really use a shave and I don't know how to do it. So I was wondering if you could help.
Well, should not use the magic. Very well. And he steps forward, and it's super fucking awkward. Like, it's so awkward. An elf teaching a human how to shave. It's everything you imagine. And I mean, he doesn't not take it seriously, but you can tell it's like, this is so beneath me kind of thing. And in fact, let me roll it. In his form, as you're nearly done shaving, you're finally doing like the last couple of strokes with a straight razor yourself. You've cut yourself multiple times. And a crack extends on his face. It's like it just goes a little bit further.
Ooh. Okay. Well, since I'm finishing this up here, what was the thing you called yourself again?
Simulacrum.
What's that?
A simulacrum is a creation of arcane magic, a copy of an individual.
How long do you last?
Until I am destroyed or the magic fades.
So it depends on how much is put into you, kind of like a pitcher of water.
No. Rather, at the moment I am created, I am a duplicate, diminished, of the creator, the master, Darren. And when I have exhausted the magical potential that he had in that moment, that is when I will end.
Do you always have to do what he says?
I am his creation. I must.
I mean, I figured somebody created me, but I don't know if I always listen.
He reserves the power to will me not to exist anymore.
That's what my mom always used to say.
It is my best interest to comply, as it is yours.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I did have a bunch of questions and it's not like I'm sleeping tonight, because wow, look at this room, isn't it great?
Yes, would you prefer to use it and we sit?
Oh, sure. Are you tired?
Quite.
Okay. Yeah.
And you
yeah, let's
you
do
look at
that
his
then.
form, and with what little you know of magic, your own personal experience is only with divine magic, but he looks to just be leaking magic constantly. You get the sense that there's probably not a lot left.
Mm.
He sits.
By you being here with me, this isn't gonna like use you up. Is there anything you want to do before, you know?
How did I know that this is the direction you'd take this? I knew exactly what would happen. You're going to cause a simulacrum to go rogue. I told. All right, I'm gonna roll a d20. Okay, I have this prepared specifically for this reason because I know you. You could see a pause in him for a moment. Like, my wants are not relevant.
Well, I hope after tonight that you get a little fun, or because I'm supposed to be able to do whatever is needed or have it show up. Is there anything that you would like to eat? You know, like, I don't know, favorite dessert?
I do not require sustenance. I am sustained by the magic.
When my magic probably wouldn't help you, huh?
No, not unless you had the ability to suffuse a homunculus such as myself with ether.
I don't know what you just said, so I don't know what a homunculus
Homunculus is an artificial being.
Oh, and ether? Where does that come from?
Ether is magic. Every time you or another executes magic, it channels ether, and the ether is an omnipresent field around us that we pull from. The deities use it just as we do. Different individuals possess different aptitudes and abilities to reach into it. But, like my master, there are those that study it and manipulate it through its underlying mechanisms.
I thought that's called mana. Not mana?
It is interchangeable,
Oh, but the same thing.
fundamentally.
Okay. So it's all around us and we all use it. Then how come there's a difference between divine and then sorcery? And is sorcery the same? And do wizards exist? I don't know if I've met a wizard yet or not. It's not like I ask people.
Darren is a wizard. A wizard is an individual who possesses no innate ability to manipulate the ether, to bend the world their will. They must study, they must learn incantations, runic work, and spells. Sorcerer, as you said, from your memories, would be like your brother. One who possesses...
Is he a sorcerer? I just know that he can all of a sudden use magic, and I didn't know what kind, so...
As is common, the eruption of the ability to use magic is synonymous with sorcery. It is an innate ability to manipulate ether.
So he can just think it and it does it. Whereas a wizard would have to do things to pull from it.
The will of a sorcerer extends and manipulates the ether around them. A wizard must follow rules.
What determines how much control a sorcerer has over ether?
Innate ability or talent, as well as practice.
So you
That
can get
talent
better
can
at it?
come from, yes, can get better. Talent can come from chance, a blessing, a curse, the lineage of your blood, and any number of other things.
So how come these things didn't happen to me or my brother until a quintus was formed?
From peering into your memories, the Master is a bit perplexed as to what the goings-on were in the Bromkiln Hills, the village you called home. It is something he will be looking into.
Good. Is he gonna keep tabs on us too?
Best I can tell, that is the intention.
Do you know if he has a ring of sending or something to where we could communicate better? Or
The
is
Master
he's
Master
just
holds the ability to send those messages without need of arcane implement.
great. What about me sending messages to him?
I can inquire.
It'd be great. Because we're supposed to build another Quintus type in another area to protect those ley lines too, which is what we were going to do. We're
I
just
see.
taking a while to get there. So it would help if maybe I could contact him often.
I see. I will inform the Master.
Okay. And if I can, I mean, if he has the ability, does he know Gilmore? Gazillion?
Gilmore Gazillion is a good friend.
Great. Oh, that's fantastic. He's stuck somewhere and he asked for help, but I don't know if he's really stuck or if he just needs. So, yeah. He sent me a message. And that your master should have heard that part too, or saw when he did the whole brain thing.
This was not shared with me.
Oh. Okay. Well, he's in Singhorn. Singhorn?
Singorn, yes.
And Caldore. And he said he needed help. So
If the Master is aware of this, I'm certain he'll take what measures he can.
okay. So is it possible for somebody like me to learn magic like your master does?
It's possible for anyone to study magic, yes. It would take time.
How old is your master?
A question with slight complexity, but the Master's elven life has lasted since shortly after the ascension of Orthax, roughly 400 years ago.
So not in my lifetime, huh?
Not by a large margin.
Great. So, everything in this room, is it real then, or is it just made up of ether?
What is real to you?
I'm gonna pick up something that's breakable. I'm not gonna try and break it.
And you're going to try and break it?
Yeah.
What is it? Is it a cup?
Yeah,
a plate?
it's a cup, a bowl, something that's
Okay.
pretty handy that I know looks like glass, will probably break.
Mm-hmm. As you throw it to the ground, it's as you expect. You hear a and that shatters, scattering glittering glass across the floor. And the simulacrum just watches this.
So, was that really glass, or was that really ether that just shattered?
We are in a space that will manifest glass from ether as you will it.
Okay, I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna try and will it back together.
What happens isn't necessarily that like it pulls back together. All of the pieces now, kind of just almost like evaporate, kind of like steam, and then a new one in front of you.
That is so cool.
If you
Not
touch
how
it, do you
I-
not feel it?
Oh, no, definitely, but I don't feel ether all the time, and you say it's around me. So, is it like water? It can turn to air or gas and, become solid every once in a while. But, I mean, no matter what shape it's in, it's always water.
Close your eyes. Breathe. Be conscious of your breathing. Feel the air driving down your throat, cooling, entering your lungs. Try to follow that air as it enters your blood. It is pumped by your heart. Travels to your extremities, to your mind, nourishing it. And then makes its way back, be expelled. Now that awareness, reach out with it. What do you feel?
I feel like I can touch without. I've never felt that feeling before.
And it's, as you're going to describe it, it is a strange sensation. You've never grounded yourself and really meditated like that. But as you kind of extend that awareness out, you've used magic. And you can feel that feeling when you call to it. But it's kind of almost like a direct line for you. And it's at this moment you kind of recognize the difference between divine and the arcane. The power itself is the same, but how it's channeled is what seems like it's fundamentally different. You reach out and there's a warmth and these subtle waves that are everywhere, and they don't like crash on your skin and you feel them. They're through you and they pass through each other. Make a perception or arcana check.
Nine.
You're not sure of exactly the source, but there's multiple layers to what you're sensing. There's multiple things that are emanating these waves. You stopped speaking for a moment, which seems for you to be of note.
So, in feeling this, is this what it feels like for other dimensions as well? Or to pass through to get to another dimension?
Your question is rather multifaceted. What you feel is ether. You can sense ether around you. grounding yourself and searching for it. Our bodies, our souls, your soul, is attuned to it, is nourished by it, and in turn nourishes it. When you speak of dimensions and dimensional travel, I would need more specificity, though you might lack the knowledge to ask the right questions in the first place.
Well, definitely, but that was just really weird. You said dimensional travel. Are you just meaning going from one dimension to the other? Or you mean like teleport?
Either. The ether around you is energy, it is fuel for magic. It is ever present. Not infinite, but reaching into it and manipulating it can allow a great number of works.
Wow. I think if I was to pursue this line, I would spend forever in this tower, and your master might get annoyed with me. So, does he have anybody that he has to report to or respond to, answer to?
No, the master answers to no one but himself and his own research to the arcane.
Does he get like that? Like, isn't there always somebody above somebody else trying to force them to do what they want them to do?
I would like to see that attempted with the master. You ask, how do you achieve this station? You become someone that none dare to command.
You think I could achieve that in my lifetime?
It is difficult as a human, but there are human mages even today that stand on par with the master.
I just want to be able to protect those that I care about. And I get frustrated because of being a human, of which I never thought I would ever say in my life. I feel like I am trapped in more ways than one.
Do you not wish this path?
It was more of like I was thrown onto this path.
And you believe you do not have choice?
Well, if I choose to not do the path, there's a chance that I might lose the power, and then I won't be able to protect those that I love.
I would suggest that that loss of power would almost be a certainty, as it is not yours, correct?
Correct.
But we've already discussed one other way you could find power.
Yeah, but we also have discussed that I might not be able to achieve it in my lifetime, whereas this is kind of do what a god says.
I cannot say
You get the
such a thing
power.
with certainty. And as I said, there are mages, even human, even those near your age, that stand on par with the master.
Really?
Yes.
Wait. Which age are we talking about? Physical age or mental age?
Ah, yes, I recognize that your exposure to the divinating scions was likely... A mage, 30 years of age, in Pira, researches the fire plane,
Ooh.
has considerable magical prowess. They are a combination of sorceress ability and intense study.
Where do they reside?
In Pira, as I said. Pira is on the northwestern edge of Othensia.
That'll be a good one to go to. But maybe when I'm 40, I'll get there. Hey, wait a second. Does your master do teleportation?
Quite often, yes. There is a collection of teleportation circles in the lower section of this tower.
Is there one to Sangorn?
I do not believe to Singorn specifically, but to Emon in Taldore.
Be better. I'm really worried about Gilmore. But I know I have to wait for Chief too. And that just knocks off a lot of time. And I don't know what's going on with Gilmore. So if we could get there faster, that would help. And then Chief can come here and we can just do that. I think I'd have to talk to the rest of the group, though.
Seems wise.
I've never teleported before. So I don't even know what it feels like.
The sensation is brief, and as if you're being thrown across the field after being hit by a raging bull.
So I'll probably vomit. Great. That sounds fantastic.
That is a frequent response to the first time, yes.
Okay. Good to know. I'll just... Hey, if I will something here, can I take it with me?
No. It will dissipate when you leave the threshold of the space that is maintained within this tower.
Well, there goes my barf bucket. I guess I just will have to stay off from the others. I don't know who's teleported before. There was a professor that offered to teleport us, but I don't even know why we didn't take him up on his offer.
No, you were teleported, but it was just outside to the horses.
Oh.
So you were...
Okay.
You have teleported once, but it was a short distance. The sensation that time was very, very brief. It was kind of just a snap. And it is at this moment that you kind of remember that, and you think, yeah, if I took that sensation and stretched it for whatever distance we were teleporting, yeah, that probably sucks.
Lovely.
It is considerable magic to teleport, especially a group of individuals.
So, even though I use Divine, is there a way for me to absorb more ether or get more ether to use, like in battles and things like that, to make my spells pack more of a punch?
Amplification of magic stands outside of the simple consumption of ether. And if I am not mistaken, you already possess the ability to channel more ether into certain spells, yes?
I thought that was just channeling stuff from the gods, not ether.
It is channeling the ether around you through the domain of the god of your deity.
And
Your god's domain is the forge, creation, ingenuity, and honor. That is the lens through which the ether you channel is focused.
Okay.
But on the matter of absorbing ether, it is possible to learn how to quickly recover ether that has been expended. It is possible to encapsulate ether. Give me a moment. And he stands up and a door opens up. He steps through. It doesn't even close behind him. And there's kind of like looking through it. It's a well-lit room on the other side. It is shelving. For an incomprehensible distance. And he walks off to one side. You hear footsteps leaving. Quiet for a moment. Footsteps coming back. And walking forward, there is a canister in his hand. Kind of like a lantern, but filled with just like this faint bluish light. And he steps forward and the door closes behind him and he sets it on the table. This is captured ether. Through training, one can learn how to do this, to encapsulate ether, to store it on days where it is not needed, so that it is available when it is needed. This, he kind of pops it open. There's this shunk as he pops it open, and this light blue mist just kind of starts to raise and fall around the canister. If one were to imbibe this when in need, ether, it would restore the ability to cast a spell of comparable power. Shunk.
So, can't take that with me, huh?
I could inquire of the master. One of this grade would likely be parted with without issue.
That'd be great. And how do I imbued? How do I
Imbibe.
get it? Thank you.
You consume it. Some drink it, some breathe it in. Just needs to enter the form.
Oh, wow. Well, I'd probably drink it because I don't want to look like I'm snuffing in anything. It just looks weird.
For the first time.
Let's go, guys!
For the first time, he's been very, very like stone-faced the entire time. There's a little bit of a smirk.
So, this is a lot. Thank you, by the way, for the help. I have only been out 2 months, and it's been a lot to kind of figure out and understand, and I'm still trying to piece it all together and what way I'm supposed to go and what things I'm supposed to do, but
there is the master is a practitioner of the magic of the school of divination, which involves portents, premonition, viewing of the past, and attempt to view the future. If there is one lesson he has imparted, it is that your destiny is your own to make. The path laid before you is whichever one you choose. If you do not wish the path you are on, take another. There may be things you lose, but look to gain more elsewhere.
the only thing I would really worry about at that point would be losing the things that are dearest to me, or that I care most about. And I've had people help me along the way already that I've lost. Wasn't strong enough. I didn't know. I mean, there's 1,000 excuses I could say, but at the end of the day, Doesn't make me feel any better.
To be in such a position and to be so powerful that you bend the fate of others to your will is something even the Master has not achieved, despite his best efforts.
What about stopping evil? Isn't that something that is possible? And the fates of those hurt by that evil, wouldn't that change their fate?
What is evil?
I don't know. I always considered it just stepping on somebody else's toes, you know? Everybody lives their lives how they want, but once you take away something from somebody else like their life, that would be evil.
What if it is taken from them to serve another?
What if
What
it's
if
not
one
serving?
group?
I'm not talking like soldiers. I'm talking about everyday people. Women, children,
Right.
you know.
Two villages stand on either side of a river. Fish during the high season flourish. There's no conflict, as there is enough go around. As winter approaches, the river slows. Fish become less frequent. Is either village wrong to cordon a section of the river for themselves, guarantee that their people are fed, but it is at the expense of the other? Is that evil?
It is depending on amount. Is that one village that quarters it off? Are they overly eating? Or are they just doing enough to survive? Because then they could be hurting even the ecosystem. There won't be any fish for spring.
So
Then
there
both
is nuance.
villages. But I
There
wouldn't
is
call
nuance.
that evil. I would just say that that's a problem that needs to be fixed. You know, why doesn't, the villages, instead of just using fish, why don't they go and get some grain and have bread in the winter?
Your perspective is young. There's a great deal of nuance to this topic. Even the gods themselves that quarrel over their domains are seen on one day as good and on another as evil. When one people look upon the acts of another, they can be seen as good or evil. If your intent is to rid the world of evil, you would need to wipe all forms of life from it. So what is it you truly wish to battle?
Nothing.
You wish no necessity for battle in the first place.
No, this one that we're fighting now is just to consume. And it's for its own selfish gain. And I don't understand the followers of it at all, because all it does is consume. I mean, I
If you
get
do
that
not,
they're...
if you do not understand something, can you call it evil?
When it wants to destroy the world, consume the whole thing?
That is extreme. You may be able to call that evil outright. Yes, I would likely agree that that's evil.
Yeah. When I said consume, I just everything, anything. I don't destroying ley lines and people's way of life. I mean, not just their way of life, their life itself. This dimension just seems like that god is mad and wants to destroy everything all the other gods have. It's kind of, I don't know, it just seems like this is bigger than just like a normal warring of the gods.
The gods are warring with mortals as their pawns every day.
Yeah.
Mortals lack the power to do anything to prevent that, though attempts have been made in the past.
Yeah. Speaking of mortals, your master has lived before this, right?
I am unsure of your question.
Well, Syranos in our party just talked about this thing called revelry. And he kind of explained it, but it was something that I don't really get. Something about previous lives, or I don't know. And so I just was curious if just how old your master is, if he was one of those that knows whether or not he's lived before or not.
To understand a reverie, one must understand a portion of the history of Exandria. Exandria was nothing, empty and lifeless, before the founding, when this collection of deities found it and established life on it. This also spawned the ancillary reflections of Exandria in the Feywild and the Shadowwild, but a short time after the founding, from the perspective of the gods, a schism occurred, where a number of the gods were abusing the mortal souls that had been created for their own gain.
Oh.
The gods ejected themselves from Exandria to the other side of the Divine Gate, and there stood for a great number of years the Age of Arcanum, where mortals lived on the world of Exandria, not free of the influence of the gods, but free of their direct presence. Shortly after the schism, a number of mortals sought to release themselves from the cycle and servitude of their souls to the gods. For souls were created with great aid from your patron, the Soul Forger, as a source of power for themselves. Not wanting to be part of this, the elves were born. Instead of being sent to spend eternities as worship fuel for gods, elves elected to be reborn, their soul sent back to Exandria in an eternal cycle. The gods were not particularly pleased with this.
Oh.
It gave them the curse of reverie. This curse causes that after each rebirth, an elf who does not sleep, but instead meditates, will relive past lives every night. Upon reaching maturity of reverie, every night, an elf will relive all past lives again and again.
Every night?
Every reverie, yes. I am somewhat fortunate that as a simulacrum, do not sleep.
Oh, high five. That seems like, I mean, like you said, a curse. But if they don't have to sleep, why meditate? Why go into reverie at all?
It is still a time of rest, where the body replenishes itself, and the mind is allowed to catalog the day.
Seems like it would be a nightmare, so you would want to do it that often.
It is done for less time than sleep of other races. Dragons slumber for decades at times. Humans, like yourself, a number of hours. Only a few more than the reverie of an elf.
What about Dragonborns? How long do they sleep?
Dragonborn. I believe it is similar to humans, although in their later years there often are greater lengths of slumber.
Oh, interesting. Because I figured they were dragons. If dragons can sleep for decades, then... I mean, not that one would want to anyway. The body would be real stiff. You know, you gotta move it around some. I don't know.
I can
I don't
only
know if I
imagine.
would. So a soul can't decide to be like an elf. That was just a long time ago.
It was a ritual performed.
Oh. So, do you know how many lives your master has to see or view every night? Or every time he goes into reverie?
That is a complex subject that is not mine to share.
Oh,
Details
is that
of.
rude?
It is not rude. It is just uninformed.
Oh. Because, you see, why I ask so many questions, especially in situations like this, is I think my group's tired and is getting embarrassed of me. So I would prefer to do it kind of like the one-on-one we're doing right now. That's the best, actually. So again, thank you for this.
Of
It
course.
helps.
If I could offer one piece of advice on that subject, your curiosity, the fire of your youth, are strong. Those are not negative things. But decorum does dictate that before a word leaves your lips, it should be considered. I fear you have not yet learned that ability.
Yeah, I don't know how the whole physical part happened. I thought my brain would advance along with my body, but apparently it didn't exactly.
You were exposed to extreme divination magic, and a price was exacted.
What? Because they said it was based off of the time, and apparently I didn't ask a deep enough question, which I thought it was pretty deep, but again, apparently not. But what would constitute a deep question for that kind of divination to take like the rest of my lifespan?
If I recall, the question you asked was, why did Moradin choose you?
Yeah.
There is a substantial difference in peering into the past versus peering into the future. You asked of the past. Asking of the future would likely exact an incomparable price.
So, what would happen if the question I asked was more than the time that I have?
I imagine what time you had would have been taken from you. You likely would have received an incomplete answer before you
Oh.
ended.
So you're saying that I would have died, and I still wouldn't have known the full answer.
I imagine. If you
Wow,
were to
talk about
attempt to
torture.
ask something that would happen 1,000 years in the future, think of the power it would take to achieve seeking that answer. Peer that far into the future. Peering even
Wow.
a day into the future is taxing enough.
Well, I won't be around for 1,000 years, and so I don't think that my brain would even think of something like that. So I just
There are
wondered.
ways for mortals to extend their lives.
Humans?
Yes, any mortal could extend their life.
What, meditate?
Meditation will not extend your life, no.
No.
There is the maintenance of the body through means of arcana. Maintain youth and vigor. There is the healing of ailments, which you yourself can do. Think for a
That
moment.
part, yeah.
How many people die of diseases that you will learn to cure of yourself?
We'll think about that.
Think of even more. If the aging of the body could be accelerated, can it be reversed?
So you're telling me I can go back to being 15 years old?
With the proper magical implements and arcana. It's quite possible.
I think I might want to wait until I'm like 25 and then go back to being 20. Because, man, the amount of times that I've almost died being 15. I mean, still almost died being 20, but at least it wasn't by a rug. This world's a little crazier than I thought. I mean, not like I thought I had any kind of imagination in regards to any of this.
The
Oh,
vastness of the world stands ahead of all of us. What will you do about it?
well, the same thing I'm doing now is asking questions. I did wonder, since your master has seen into like everything, before Morden and all this power and the forge and all that, when I was in the village, I could see spirits, I guess. That's always what I thought they were. And I mean, even at a young age. And so I don't think that they're connected to Morden, but I also don't know why I can see them.
It is possibly an innate ability.
Where'd I get it from? Is it
That
like
is a question that not many could answer outright without thorough investigation. That may be something you must explore yourself.
it doesn't make sense. It doesn't line up. It's not, like the whole Moradin thing. It's attached to my soul. It's, I guess, the soul he made, or what he attached to when I was made. I don't know. And then this just doesn't seem the same.
Often those that are gifted or cursed with such a thing attempt to assign meaning to it when it is often by random chance.
kind of just still roll with it, huh?
If you would like, or ignore it, shun it, embrace it, seek it out and make it your entire identity. Choice is yours.
I don't know if I'd make it my whole identity. I was kind of kicked out of the village for it, you know? But they help from time to time, so, I mean, can't get, you know, can't look a gift horse in the mouth, so...
Seeing spirits, those on the ethereal plane, is often linked to the ability to manipulate them.
Really?
You see them because you can manipulate them.
Manipulate how?
That is a difficult question to answer, because it's quite possible. It's still yet to be decided. Again, what are all of the vectors of the ability to manipulate ether? Divine, the innate ability, and study. Or a combination. So, if you wish to know, pursue it.
Do you have any books on that stuff?
Spiritualism and the ethereal plane. Yes, I imagine the master has a great multitude of books on the matter.
He is just going to sit there then and kind of try and will a book.
Roll a D100 for me.
Okay, so I don't own one. So how do I do
No,
this
you can
on
do it.
D&D?
On D&D Beyond, so in the bottom left of your character sheet, there's a dice, and you
Mhm.
can just click it. Click D100.
I only
And
know
actually,
it's
you're
a
gonna have to-
D20. Where the heck is the D100? Yep, I only get
Oh,
to
I could've
20.
sworn.
Mm.
Oh, it's
But
roll 20 that wants to do that. So just roll. I was going to say actually roll 2D100, so roll 10D20.
Oh, that was cool. Okay, 10D20.
Mm-hmm.
I got one nat 20, 119. Oh, 219.
I'm sure you got a couple of nat 20 there. Okay, so
121.
you know you're a bit unspecific in your desire here. And in calling books about the ethereal plane, spiritualism, spirits, seeing spirits, manipulating ether, your mind kind of drifts to a bunch of different topics, and you end up being buried in about 121 books. And you are knocked back in your chair, and you just hear an "oh my" as you are laying on the ground, buried in books. Some splayed open, others bound. It is best to be quite specific when making demands of acquirement.
Okay, can you do something about this and then get me some books instead of me doing it?
You are the one that willed them. You must be the one to
Ugh.
dismiss them. There is one you wish to retain, then retain it.
But how do you tell? There's just so many books.
I
I'm
do
just
not
gonna
believe
start-
your intellect is so limited as to not be able to do it.
He's just kind of give him the side eye. Just start, like, push him off of him, but then, like, just
Yeah.
start picking it up. As he, like, just pick one up. Nope, not that one. What am I supposed to look for here? The titles are so confusing.
And these are, a number of them, quite academic. It would take sufficient study to understand their contents, yes.
I definitely. All right. Well, let me instead. He's just gonna like roll them all off. What do you?
And as you
suggest?
do, it kind of just becomes this wash of ether that just like dissipates.
What do you suggest? Give me 3 books you suggest I start with.
If you are going to be spending a week here, as the master has informed me, Melf's Arcanum, the Ethereal Plane.
Okay.
Do you call it?
Yeah, I gotta hold out my hand.
A book forms in your hand. It's not thin. It's a beautifully leather-bound book with gold leaf inlay that in common in the front just says Melf's Arcanum of the Ethereal Plane. This book details a great number of things, but it is all pertinent only to the Ethereal Plane. There are manipulations to see into it. There are manipulations to enter it. There are theories, as well as accounts. Judging by its length, you will likely not finish it in your time here, but there is learning.
I'm going to will quill and paper.
And they appear.
All right. So since this is pretty hefty, and I have a lot of studying to do, I'm going to write down the others and see if I can pick them up along the way.
I see. Would you like me to note a number of titles for you?
Yes, please.
Now, do you have a quill and paper from outside of this place? As that one would not retain.
Dang it. I don't think so. I got scrap metal. It's for Master. Not yours. Chief's. It's his dog. It's a metal dog. I don't know exactly what he is. Anyway, I just got scrap metal.
I thought we were trying to resolve how to take a note. I'm confused as to why the conversation moved to scrap metal.
Oh, because I can do some fun stuff with metal, and I can write it in metal.
Oh, I see. Taking a note in the metal.
Yeah.
I suppose that would be functional. An interesting use of such a powerful divine gift, of course.
Oh, do you have any quill and paper from outside?
I can guarantee that the master does, and I will inquire of it. He also may have direct input as to a number of titles that you could search for in your travels.
That'd be great. How do you remember all this stuff? Because I have to write stuff down. So, I mean, having a human brain and everything isn't the easiest.
The master was 350 years old when I was created. My mind cannot be expanded further, as I am a copy of he was in that moment.
I see.
But 350 years of study can build a great knowledge.
Definitely. Do you know how long you have left?
Estimations place it at about 1 year.
Are you sure there's nothing you want to do in the year? I mean, I can always come back. I got to do this whole world-saving bit, but I could totally come back and do it with you. Or, I know you don't need sustenance, but have you ever tried sustenance?
I am incapable of imbibing external medium.
What
But
if you
if
just
I
put it
were...
on? What if you just put it on your tongue and then spit it back out? Just to taste it. Can you taste?
I do not know.
I'm going to will a nice cup of whatever the fanciest flippin' stuff that Syranos drinks. Not that
Okay.
Sashem has ever tasted.
Yeah, so just roll a d20 for me. Is it gonna work?
16.
There we go.
16.
Okay. You will what Sashem thinks a fancy cup of liquid that a noble would drink would be.
Now I've never tried this stuff. So I mean, it just
You slide it out in front of the simulacrum.
and I'm also going to remember the best out of all the places that we've been to, like the best dessert, and I'm going to try and pair it with that and have that
Okay.
pop up.
And you do press that forward as well. He kind of leans forward and looks over them. I have no hunger or thirst, such that I have never been inspired to do this, but there couldn't possibly be harm in it.
I wouldn't think so. You're just like putting it in your mouth and swishing it around and spitting it back out anyway. Sometimes
He
it's
takes
just
up
nice.
a small fork. I have memory, my master's memory, of food and drink.
Oh,
He takes a
that's exciting.
slice. So what is the dessert? Is it a tres
I'd
leches
assume it-
cake? Is it a
I'd assume it's
something
like
that?
a basic cheesecake with some cherries on top.
Okay. Yeah, he takes a
cherry
slice
drizzling.
of it. He puts it in his mouth.
I mean, you've been
There is
around for
indeed
50 years.
There is indeed flavor, but there is no joy in it.
Oh, that's so sad.
Takes the drink. That is quite foul.
Oh.
Sets it down.
Oh. No joy, huh?
No joy in that, no.
What do you think would bring you joy? What else is
Roll
in
another
that room?
D20.
What else is in that room? Is there anything fun in that room? Where you brought the ether container from?
Your conception of fun and the master's are likely quite different.
Yeah, but just because you were made from the master doesn't mean you are the master, right?
I have no inclination except to serve the master.
Oh. So you don't have your own soul then, huh?
No, there is not a soul within this form. I am sustained purely by the magic that created me.
Okay. Well, I knew that part. I just, wanted to give you some joy, I mean,
There is no necessity to care for an entity such as myself. When
Again.
I
Very sad.
of ether, I will cease to exist.
You existed.
In a sense.
So what does he do? Just make a bunch of you guys?
Best I understand, only one at a time. It is quite an expensive endeavor.
Oh.
Interestingly
ever-
enough, taught to my master by Gilmore Gazillion.
Never seen him do that. I'm gonna have to ask him. How much do you know about Gilmore Gazillion?
It kind of looks you up and down a little bit. A great deal.
Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. See, this is the thing is we're like this. And I don't think I can talk about the other side. So,
The master did not inform me that you were aware of his nature.
that's a secret. Don't tell anybody. Oh, I forgot. He just let him in my brain. If I let him in my brain, then he's going to know all my secrets. Crap.
The master does, in fact, know all of your secrets.
Oh. Oh, well. It's not like they were that great. But Gilmore's secret is Gilmore's alone. I shouldn't be sharing that.
It is fortunate that the one with whom it was shared, it was already entrusted.
Definitely. But I just gotta keep that in my noggin to not let. Is there a way when that mind thing happens to block that out so they can't reach that part of it?
You resist the effects of the incantation of the spell.
Well, wouldn't that stop the whole thing from happening? I just did it because I was tired, and explaining it over and over again to everybody I meet is just frustrating. So I just figured he could go in and find out all his answers that he wanted, and it was just simpler.
I do not question your actions. I simply inform that if you wish to protect what is in your mind, do not allow others in your mind.
So there's not really a way for me to guard parts of my mind and let other parts go willy-nilly?
If you willingly subject yourself to the spell, the will of caster dominates. Now, it would be in your interest, if you were to do something like that again, to discuss what is permitted.
What if they choose to kind of throw that trust out the window?
Then I
mean-
assume you will have lost a friend.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I didn't really know your master from anybody when I started this whole thing, and I just didn't think I had anything to hide until 2 minutes ago. Well, live and learn. Thanks for
Of course.
spending time. Do you guys ever talk, to each other, you and your master? Long conversations?
He often delivers commands and tasks for me to complete.
Friend, sometimes it's just nice to have somebody to talk to. You're in this big tower all by yourself.
That is not the type of person the master is.
Oh. Okay. Not a chatty.
Were he to
kind
have
of guy.
his way, he would likely seclude himself to his own private demiplane and never be heard from again.
Well, then apologize profusely for the interruption in his solitude. and
Of
thank
course.
him profusely for allowing us to be here. I didn't register somebody all powerful would want to be to themselves.
The Master is far from all powerful, mind you.
Well, and my poor sense of all of this, he seems pretty powerful. I mean,
He has
conjuring a
power.
mistake right in front of him when he wants, and
Conjuration is a magic that one could learn in less than a decade.
I thought you were going to say less than a week. I was going to be all excited.
Well, there may be a simpler spell that you could learn in a week.
Cool. Well, I think you're going back to your master with a lot from me. But if that's something that he would also like to do, that would be really cool. But I also don't want to bug him too much. I mean,
I will inquire.
what are we up to? 4 or 5 now? That's a lot of inquiries.
Best to write them down so that you know when you receive the answers which question they belong.
That's true. That'd be funny if I just got the answer and I'm like, I don't even know what that's for.
I will first ensure that you have pen and quill. As he stands up from the table,
Thank you.
are there any final pressing questions? He kind of looks around. The night has burned long, and you are likely in need of rest.
Yeah. I think I'm going to try and meditate for the first time. But no, thank you for all of the help and the questions, and thanks for helping with the shave. That was definitely needed.
Kind of rolls his eyes a little bit, and he's like, of course. Bows and turns. Door opens in the space. As it opens, you see the meeting room out there. Nobody's there. Actually, very, very lowly lit right now. He steps through. And you're again alone in your room. And that's where we're going to end your session.
Yeah, I'm just going to take the book and put it next to the thing, and I'm going to try and meditate. Which Sashem will probably fall asleep.
Yep. Well, I mean, you can make a Constitution saving throw if you want. See if you can stay awake. Pretty high DC because you've had a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, should I do it with disadvantage?
No, just straight,
Just
but there's a
flat?
high DC.
Okay. 14.
Missed it by 1.
Of course. Anyway.
You do
Thank
go to
you.
meditate. It you'd barely get to the point where you're about to feel those waves of ether again, and then you're down.
Talk about lulling you to sleep.
Yeah. Kind of like waves on the ocean.
Whee! So.
Yep, that's where we're gonna end the session. Last we left off, Arnie, after leaving the Wuyan Gates, traveling south with the Forged Force to help Drak deliver cabbages, hitched a ride on a passing airship, stealing his constitution in order to hold down his lunch while riding it, offering his services to help investigate the death of the main patron of that airship. Finally arrived in Nicodranus as the group quickly made their way to the Tide Peak Tower. Within this tower, many of the party were offered information, and all were offered refuge here for a short time, a week. As the first night falls. And the question you asked Darren cycles in your mind. What happened to Father? Why did it go like this? You fall to unconsciousness. And you do dream. But it is that strange serenity where you overlook a horizon with a storm in the distance. It is not a roiling, battering storm that forces one to cast their arms over their eyes to protect themselves from the wind and the rain. Instead, it's as if you've sat upon a mountaintop and look over a valley cloaked in the storm. Lightning traces across the surface. The type of dream that for you specifically brings calm, brings comfort. The deeply ingrained devotion to the Storm Lord gives great symbol to this type of dream. What you wake to in the morning is a little bit of a ringing in your head, kind of like a
Is that?
goes again. Like a call to you almost, of some sort.
Anyone there? Just kind of try to open myself up to it.
As you respond in an inquisitive or affirmative manner, you see in the space in front of your bed these lines kind of carve into the air itself, and then one down the middle, and doors open into this room that you've created for yourself. And remind me, you essentially made a bar, right?
Yeah.
So, it opens, and on the other side, you see the meeting room that had originally held all of you during your discussions last night. You actually see Zenesha is already awake and sitting out there, but Darren walks in, seeing that you're actually being freshly awoken, and he says, pardon, I could come back in a short time if you would prefer.
I'm fine now. It's, feel as fine as ever.
He steps in, waves his hand, and the door fades. An interesting choice. Why this?
Well, and half of the place is like a,
An inn.
like the hobbit hole type of environment with, but it's a lot more rustic, not
Right.
nearly as like fancy, and then a hot tub and a bar as well. But
Of course.
just this is the home that I wish I had never had. Should have had.
Well, you proposed an interesting question last night. I had many things to attend, but now I do have time. And he comes and sits at what would be kind of a meeting table in this area. Please.
Arnie joins him.
What do you like to drink in the morning?
Oh, depends on how, if I'm a working dwarf or not. But ice water is fine now.
Just a
Clear
kind of
the head
lift
a
of
little
his
bit.
hand. The glass does rise effectively out of the table, and an ice cold dew forming on the outside of it. Glass of water. Cup of tea appears before him, sipping on it. You ask of the past, yes?
I did.
My specialty of magic is divination. It is fortuitous that you ask of the past. The past, it is written, it is done. It is cataloged in the halls of Ioun for all eternity. And Ioun willing can be observed to a degree. But what I must ask, given the proximity you hold to what you ask, are these answers you truly wish to know?
Yes. I am scared for what I might find, but it is the knowledge that I seek.
Take comfort in what I said. The past is done and written. The effect it has on you now is only what you allow it to be. It is not just optimism that calls us to look forward, but necessity. He stands, and as he waves his hand, a spectral chest appears kind of above his head, and it flicks open. He reaches inside and pulls out a long chalk that is held in a rather extravagant, beautifully inlaid, like golden holder. I must draw on the floor of your room. I apologize.
It's no problem at all. And Arnie will stand up and kind of pull the table a chair, make room.
He just nods as you do, and sweeping his arm around first, a perfect circle is carved, about 6 or 7 feet in diameter, and then through meticulous work, a number of lines, script, runes are carved throughout it. If you'd like to attempt to discern any of its function, you could make an Arcana check. 17. You as a practitioner of divine magics, but also with your age and experience, you know there's like a fundamental difference between the divine and the arcane. It's all rooted in ether, the source of magical power. Divine magics are generally gifted use of ether. Your magic is like that. You don't necessarily have an understanding of how your spells actually work, how they interact with the ether to do things. You know that Cord guides that. Arcane practitioners, it is different. They are not gifted their power from someone else. They study the mechanisms. They study how things work. And they bend those rules and equations to their choosing. You've been exposed to some of this in your lifetime. You do recognize general precepts of divination among what he's doing, but the specifics elude you. He does continue, because this will take a short while. If there's anything you wish to discuss ahead of this, please.
Do you find yourself ostracized for your practice of arcane magic, or do you find, I mean, here in the, I'm from the Empire, and so I don't really know how the practice of arcane magic is accepted outside of the Empire.
Kind of stops for a little bit. At a certain point of arcane practice, your concern for the view of others begins to wane. The Tide Peak Tower may rest within the consortium. It is not of consortium. They do not rule this place. Any ostracization or isolation is of my own choosing. As he finishes this last section, which kind of sits as like a mirror, there's like a four-way, symmetry between this. All of the chalk, just this light, kind of like bluish light, very, very pale, almost white, emanates from all of the chalk. And you notice in 4 positions there are circles that are probably 3 feet in diameter. And he kneels down in one of them and then gestures one of the others.
Arnie kneels.
This ritual is safe. It utilizes my magic alone. As I said, the past is written. It's not like we can change anything. So, the gods generally do not frown upon something like this and interfere. Are you prepared?
Yes, let's have done.
Places his hands in front of him. And you see just like this, almost like this reverberation in his form. Like when heat waves are in front of an object, his form just begins to shimmer. And then it happens to you. And the sensation is unpleasant isn't the right word. It's odd. You can feel your form contracting and expanding through no expression of will of your own. And it like begins to accelerate, and eventually it reaches this point where it's just kind of this buzz everywhere in your body. Chrono Dominatory. And with a clap, your vision closes to black. And then this thrust backwards. You feel yourself soaring. And the small pinprick of light that you can see, occasionally you catch someone walking backwards. A lightning bolt being retracted back up into the sky. A broken vase coming back together and rising back to a shelf. Just subtle, tiny glimpses of things twisting backwards in time. This goes on for a decent length. Long enough that the novelty of it begins to fade, and it becomes more of like a, all right, I get it. When is this going to get to something important? And then the momentum ceases. And you see below you Grimgleer City. As it was many, many decades ago. You have a sensation of self here, and you have a sense beside you of Darren. And he says, we can travel not quite as we please, but I would need you to guide me. Where would your father be?
So do I just will us to where just mind power us around?
You could attempt or make the description for me to do so. There is no expenditure that is increased by trying to do it yourself, though your magic may be consumed.
Arnie is going to just picture where he was the last time that he saw his father before his father disappeared.
Okay.
And just try to hold that location in his mind.
Just go ahead and make an Arcana check. I'm going to say with advantage because of your very clear recollection.
19.
19. Okay. It's an odd image. A lot of the sensation about being thrown through time is very, very subdued at this point. And you can feel this strange tether that reaches back to your real self. But the whole world in front of you kind of... And you are there standing in Grimgleer on the steps, the Temple of Tylor, with your father, his back to you, speaking with the High Priest of Tylor. So frozen at the moment. Time is not progressing. And it's strange looking upon yourself in a scene. But there your father stands, the last time you saw him before he was killed.
I've closed this place off from my memory for too long.
Well, the past cannot be unwritten. It is still here, whether you block it from your mind or not. But let us, and he takes his hand and twists it, and kind of a clock appears. A very, very simple visage of a clock. And time begins to move slowly. You see your father's hand slowly start to rise, and then things kind of kick back into normal motion. You see your father turn to you, and for the first time in how many decades? would this be?
Probably about 20 years. I was at D-Stock for 10 years.
Okay.
And another probably 10 years of wandering before that.
You see for the first time in 20 years your father's face as he turns to a slightly younger you, though not too much different in stature and appearance. Maybe slightly less gray. A look of concern on his face. And then sound begins to filter in, and you hear him say, the last words he said to you before he disappeared. Son, please, wait for me at home.
Aye, Father. I'll see you there.
The image of you, as it turns and walks, almost fades into a mist, and the focus comes in, like the render distance has been dropped. Much of the surrounding world fades into a muted gray. This is likely the last chance you have to preserve what you don't know, Arnie.
Too late for that. Let's move forward.
Turns the clock again, and walking into the Temple of Pelor, your father and the High Priest. You follow?
Yes.
Inside, they continue to walk wordlessly. An attendant in the Temple of Pelor actually attempts to address the High Priest of Pelor, but he brushes her off. This High Priest, another dwarf, black of hair, jet black, significantly younger than even you yourself were at the time, though you know that he was quite capable in the divine, in the power that he carried, hence his station. Your father, of the many mantles he wore, was one of the only worshippers of Cord here. Many, many worshippers of Moradin. Several among the population of Pelor. Cord was much less common. But you know the story of his devotion all too well. You follow them, and they do enter a rear chamber that looks to be a major office. They sit down. You and Darren are there, in the room. It's a strange sensation, though, as the door closes and you kind of just move through it. For a moment, you can almost see like the internal structure of the wood that you're passing through. Tell me of this prophecy. What has Cord told you? There's a storm coming. A little bit of a snicker from the High Priest of Pelor. Cord certainly likes that word. I have served Cord. Aye, but he's never let me down. He's never led me astray. And I trust his guidance. You must understand that the word prophecy is nearly taboo. Aye. There's a little bit of a silence for a short while. What's going through Arnie's head in this moment?
Kind of shock. Arnie knows enough to understand the taboo surrounding the trying to know the future.
Very much so. And as your mind drifts to that, Darren actually speaks to you, kind of flowing things for a moment. Things are still progressing, but it seems that there is a pretty long pause in the conversation. I am all too familiar, as a practitioner of divination, of the vague and dangerous nature of portents of the future. If your father truly did receive message from Cord of something, then whatever it is at play must have been set in motion sometime before this. So before my magic is used, I must ask you, and I'll speak bluntly, do you wish to see your father's demise? Or do you wish to see what he was shown?
I feel like when I am ready, Cord might share with me what I need to know. But if now is the opportunity, I'll see my father's demise.
As you wish. Motion resumes. You hear the High Priest of Pelor. Magni Stormborn, you bring contention here. But I sense no ill will of you through Pelor. I'm certain you're aware that Pelor and Cord are not necessarily kin, but they're not enemies. And there's a bit of a kind of a camaraderie that you feel between these two. You get the sense there's not necessarily an antagonistic relationship. It's just there's differences.
And all of this is just building more and more confusion into Arnie's mind as he's watching this unfold. Like, how could it have played out like it did?
Conversation seems to come to an end with your father stepping out of the office. Darren accelerates things slightly. We have enough time, but no reason to watch your father walk. And Darren kind of takes control, not necessarily taking your freedom from you, but kind of ushers you along at a higher pace than you may be able to move on your own volition through this space, watching your father. It's a little bit weird watching him kind of walk faster. Where when somebody runs, their arms move at a different rate, but this is like a normal walk. He moves out of the temple. You can tell he looks down the street where you had trod. He takes a couple of steps that direction. Pulls a note out of his pocket and looks at it. Darren slows things, and you're up close. Make a perception check.
$15.
15. Okay. It's not too hard to position yourself and to read the note if you'd like.
Arnie will do that.
Before I tell you what's on the note, tell me about Arnie's mother.
Arnie's mother would be someone who was a tad bit on the eccentric side, someone willing enough to embrace change and not give a flying fart what other people thought about her, as she would have chosen to marry one of the only devotees of Cord in the entire society, and that would have been frowned upon a little bit, and particularly by her family. So she would have been the type of person who just does what she feels is right, regardless of what other people think.
Okay. And where would she be today? The real today, not this past frame.
She probably would have, in the aftermath of everything that happened, returned with her family. And as far as dwarf ages go, I mean, this is still a relatively recent event, and so she may not be ready to try to move on with another relationship for another couple decades.
Still middle-aged, even. Not
Yep.
advanced in age at all. The reason that these memories flood to you is that written on the note, in your mother's handwriting, is 1 cabbage, 2 flagons worth in a cask of ale, and strawberries. Don't be late to dinner. And rather than walking down the street to follow you, he turns and walks to what you would know to be the market. Accelerating things again. He does. He goes and purchases everything on the list, among a couple of other things that weren't on the list. A little bit of extra ale, more than was requested. Kind of grow to expect it in Dwarven culture. On his way back, a figure steps out of an alleyway and waves to him. Darren slows things to a halt. I get the sense that time is approaching. If there are any details you'd like to take in of any individuals, please just let me know.
Arnie is keeping a close eye on anyone that his father has direct interaction with. He's accustomed to interrogations and crime scenes and knows that any direct interaction would be key to solving the mystery.
Okay. Things move into motion. Go ahead and make an investigation check. Understand that this will be an investigation check that basically stands as a persistent one. Okay.
19. It's a popular number tonight.
Yeah. As much as you are distraught and rattled by everything you're experiencing right now, everything you're seeing, and knowing exactly what's coming, you are focused. Your mind is on the details. You're looking for what matters. Why? Who did it? What's the motivation? Everything your training forced upon you. This silent interaction between your father and this individual, a half-elf man, of a ruddy brown skin, a wood elf, cloak drawn over his head, steps into the alleyway, and the two of you, Darren and yourself, move forward to gain perspective, and he takes his hood off and says, "Magni, are you well?" He says, "Aye." A barrel that is off to the side, he sets the groceries on. "Magni, what I will ask of you is difficult. But I believe it to be for the best." And there's a silence for a moment. Well, out with it. You are needed in Uthadurn. And it may be a permanent assignment. You see, your father recoils at that news to a degree. Is there any way around it? I'm afraid not. We were able to make arrangements to separate you from this life that you have built so that you could start anew in Uthadurn. Aye, this will not be easy. We'll handle what we can. And someday, you'll return. What would be Arnie's reaction to this?
Is Nuthadurn a place that Arnie would know of?
Uthadurn is the place where, to put it bluntly, so it's basically a technological haven at this point. It actually has been for quite some time, where not necessarily technology, but exceptional weapons and armor have been made, and elves and dwarves intermingle. There are a good number of, at this point, there's basically a new species in half elf, half dwarf. It's stood for a great deal of time. There are a number of sites around Uthadurn that are deeply rooted in the lore of the gods. Darren says to you, I believed your father had fallen. That may not be the case, Arnie.
I haven't seen him in 20 years. I haven't heard not a word from him, and after hearing about what he had done, I just had assumed that he had met the consequences of his actions.
It appears that besmirching his name was the most effective means of ensuring he could disappear. I would like you, before my spell ends here in a moment, to consider what would inspire a man to be willing to take on such a burden, and who he'd be willing to do it for. And with those words, the world twists, kind of in that gray, dim veil washes over everything, and your eyes open, and you are set across from Darren, who, with sweat dripping down his brow, well, more of the past is known to you now. I would not be able to do this again for a good time. This was taxing. You know what you wished to know.
At the same time, it opens more questions.
I have lived for a number of centuries, and I find that exact paradigm, every answer raising more questions than it solves, never ends.
So, I had been told that my father had killed a priest of Pelor. And but he was still alive, and that
I saw no animosity. I'll ask this. Did you see this priest's body? Or were you only informed?
I did not see it myself, but it's a matter of public record that he was killed, or that he is dead.
So would your father's death be? I saw two men speaking of prophecy. Yes?
Yes.
And then two
I
men
had
disappearing.
preparing my mind to witness my father murdering someone in cold blood, and and then being killed in return, and the last 20 years of my life are a lie.
That is quite a shock. I would offer my regret for showing it to you, but I err on the side of truth, if I can manage it. Even when it hurts.
I suppose I've got to sort out what really did happen to that priest and where my father is.
Well, you can take some solace in the fact that you may be able to ask him yourself. That's where we're going to end the session. Last we left off, Basil, in the wake of the battle with Buddy at the Woonian Gates, traveled south towards Nicodranus, hitching a ride on a passing airship that was hailed by Sashem through unconventional means. Aboard this airship, Basil was introduced to Lady Maria, who later revealed herself to be a diviner or fortune teller. In Basil's fortune, it was revealed that he was, in fact, what is referred to as a fate touched. An individual who is not bound by destiny. At least not yet. Upon making his way through the rest of the journey to Nicodranus, he, along with the party, quickly came to rest in Darren's tower, the Tide Peak. Here, a discussion waged, with Darren asking Basil specifically about the tome he carried with him and expressing that it had a dark aura about it. But Basil, you have now set yourself into your room that you created here in the Tide Peak, as was allowed. Sleep doesn't really come to you. It's one of those nights where you can tell you've shut down, you've gotten rest. Your brain just did not shut off. The entire reason for coming to this tower was to, get some insight into this tome, into yourself, and make some kind of attempt at headway in your life in general. As you wake, what you know to be in the morning, what's going through Basil's head?
Thinking about his magic and wondering as to how he really got these skills. He knows he can cast them. He knows how to cast them. He's just not sure as to where this ability is coming from. Not him, or if it's not another god, what could it actually be?
Okay.
As he's
Before the
thinking,
day, go ahead.
as he's thinking, he's going to be casting just True Strike on like inanimate objects, just trying to figure out what it actually does. Like what it is.
That very much plays into what I was about to have you do. Just go ahead, before the day really jumps into motion. Roll an Arcana check. Or religion. It's up to you.
That's a 6.
You are not educated in the ways of Arcana. You're not learned. But you know someone quite close at this moment who is very knowledgeable. to the point of casting True Strike. It's kind of like a targeted ability, but it's almost like a self buff in a way. In casting it multiple times with the intention to kind of understand it, there's almost this thread that connects you and the target. And with inanimate objects, it's not in motion. But you recall, thinking back to previous times that you've used it, that when used on a target that's fighting back, dodging, is just inherently fast, the threat is almost predictive. That makes sense. Or shows an opening.
Right.
You lie there, resting for a moment, again, after this exercise. And you hear in your mind this kind of like light buzzing, just this.
Look around and see if there's anything nearby.
And looking around, the room is as you designed it. The magic that allowed your will to manifest is the same.
Oh, that could have been.
It happens
Who's gonna-
again.
Hello?
As you acknowledge the call, in the space in front of your bed, these lines of arcane energy, and then one down the middle, and a doorway opens. And there, stepping through, you see Darren. Behind him is the meeting room that the lot of you all congregated in last night. Arnie and Zenesha are already out there just talking, and Zenesha's, of course, willing into existence all manner of paraphernalia. But Darren walks in, the door closes behind him. Basil, as it gives you a slight bow.
Ah, Darren. Was it you that did the buzzing in my head?
Ah, yes. If one is in a private room here in the ethereal mansion, access is restricted to those you wish to enter, and that is a call to you to allow entry.
I see. I did not know.
I suppose I should have informed everyone of that, but nonetheless, you are actually the last I've come to see.
Well, please.
He waves his hand a little bit, and a table kind of forms up out of the ground, and on it is a tea placement. He sits down and gestures to the chair. As you move, I have a short number of questions for you, and then I would offer in return my own expertise, if you would have it.
Please, I'm kind of needing some answers.
I understand that you are blood-cursed. Where did this happen?
It happened in a small town in Marquette, just south of Anchor Hall.
One of the long-standing missions of a number of organizations in Exandria is to, for all intents and purposes, eradicate the Yuan-Ti, as they have often stood as harassers, marauders, or worse in the world. All attempts to form negotiations or other diplomacy with them fall through. and this has been something that has been endeavored many, many times. There are not other races on this world that cannot be reasoned with. In that, the Yuan-Ti stand unique. What's your perspective on this?
I despise the Yuan-Ti for what they've done. I do not know much about their society.
So, upon being blood cursed, you did not integrate with them in any way?
Oh,
No time spent with them?
none awake. Anytime I was knocked out or unconscious during whatever they did to me, I do not have any time with them that I cherish.
Hmm. If you were knocked unconscious, do you know how long? How long were you unconscious?
So long ago, I can't really remember how long it was. I don't remember.
I ask because it may be relevant to the means by which this curse could be lifted. Though that effort will be long itself. He waves his finger in a small circle. A arcane filament kind of follows behind it, and a spectral chest appears behind him. He waves his hand and it rocks open, and floating out from it is a tome. It's very similar to the one you carry, but it is
down the hallway ahead of you. He's all inspired and ready to go, and the rest of you sort of peer from the edges. Now, I believe, Barolo, if you would like to, you can lose your own eyesight and see through the
carry, but it is finer, much better condition. It is a touch more ornate. Yours is not haphazardly made by any means, but it is not as flamboyant as this. He sets it on the table. Open this and tell me what you see.
It's not cursed, is it?
Quite the opposite, in fact. It was cleansed.
Okay. Open the book.
The pages are blank.
There's nothing in these.
He slides it off to the side a little bit. And if you would, the tome you carry, please.
Pull that out on the table.
And as it enters your hand, and especially as it leaves your hand, you kind of get a sense now of the darkness that surrounds this thing. It's not perfectly visual. If you were to seriously, intently stare at this, you think you might be able to pick up like a drifting shadow coming off of it. But it's this feeling of darkness, that deep, like, that feeling you get when something terrible is happening in front of you that you can do nothing about. That dread is within you while this is in your hand. And at the moment you go to release it, it's almost like you have just a little bit of a hard time letting it go.
Is there a way to cleanse this one?
This is part of what I intended to ask you. He flips back open the now blank book. This is the result of cleansing the tome. This was not blank and cursed and then cleansed. It was filled with information of the serpent god Zahir, cleansed and became blank.
Oh. I see.
Cursed objects are common in Exandria, Basil. Some are simple, easy to control, easy to utilize as a weapon or a tool. But some are powerful, some influence you. And the benefit versus the risk is not always in the favor of the user. I'm certain you know the sensation that tome causes in your hand.
It's like it wants to be attached to me or stay with me. I cannot. I get a feeling of dread if I ever leave it, but I don't understand. It's something I don't want, but yet I can't be rid of it.
Tell me about the section that details its own cleansing ritual. It stands as an addition to the tome, yes?
Yes, it's in a different section.
You already did the service of reading what was left of it to me last night, but I may be able to fill in a number of the gaps.
That would be wonderful.
I would advise not penning these corrections into the tome themselves, but separate. I cannot even imagine what the effect would be to complete this tome.
Be wise.
Do you have quill and paper?
He's going to check his pockets. I must have left it somewhere. I don't have it with me.
The chest that's still floating there flips open, and he reaches in and a quill and paper appears, and then he reaches his hand out, and the black tome, the black snakeskin tome, the blank one, floats, rests inside, and he dispels the chest to a puff of pink smoke, handing over a quill and paper. Now, I'll pull up the tome section. First, before time and terror has words concealed. The serpent's cleansing shall not be revealed. In these organizations' efforts to rid the world of Yuan-Ti, this inscription was found. It appears that Zahir has gone to great efforts in the past to steal away what was written in that section of that tome. Before I help you to complete those passages, if a god has taken action in this world to hide that information and you endeavor to discover it, you can imagine the repercussions of such a course.
So I would be more sought after.
Sought after not only to fall into servitude due to your fate-touched nature and the untapped potential of your soul, but also as a potential enemy. Do you still wish to do this?
Before we start, tell me more about this fate touched. How does this work?
To understand this, we must go back a modicum. In the founding, the gods came to Exandria, a dark world, and instilled life upon it. In concert, they worked to create mortal souls. A mortal soul's adoration, focus, worship, or even fear is what drives the expansion of the divine power of a deity. Schism was an event within which the gods warred against each other, projecting themselves the other side of the divine gate to protect the mortals caught in the war, as well as to protect themselves from the mortals who were developing weapons to be capable of destroying the gods. Every soul that is made is born into a mortal body, lives a life, generally chooses a domain to call home upon their death. And there in that domain they serve as a source of power for the deity of that domain. Many gods like Tylor offer eternal peace, time with family, serenity. And then there are those like Orcus, who enslave the minds and the souls in undeath forever. The war between the gods was based on the fundamental difference between how the two groups elected to extract the power of human souls. The prime deities sought to work hand in hand with the mortals, offering them their boons, their power, in turn for their worship. And the betrayers sought to enslave, abuse, and more recently even, in the case of Ygondu, consume entirely. A fate touched is one who has not yet been claimed by any domain. It does not take long to fall into a domain, even not by one's choice. But what is incredible about your story is you have brushed up against Zahir twice now. One moment that disfigured your form, twisting you from your born race into a blood-cursed Yuan-Ti, and akin to call directly upon Zahir, but still resist the threads of fate falling upon your soul. Do you have specific questions in mind.
Is my magic arcane or divine?
It's a fine line, as divine only means that it is powered by a deity or the soul. All magics are interactions with the ether, the omnipresent weave of magic that holds all of reality within existence. There are those born with gifts, often called sorcerers. They require no study to be able to bend the ether of the world to their will and perform great magics. There are those, like the clerics within your party, granted boons by their deities, the ability to manipulate ether channeled through their domain. There are those like me. I was born with no gifts. I was granted no boons. But through the study of the mechanisms, the facts and equations, the runes of arcane, I have learned to manipulate it. There is some combination of innately born magic within you. But I think it might be a touch more than that.
Interesting. I don't know much of those words that you've described to me, but that is interesting.
I understand that you are not learned of the arcane or the divine.
No, it was a tough life for me. I did not really have the freedom to do that.
Interestingly enough, the Empire may have been the only place you could have lived more freely. What is it you hope to do?
I wish to go back home one day with my real face, not this. I want to. But at the same time, I want to help these people that have hired me. They seem to be doing good, doing something more than just the average merchant guardian or whatever. Something bigger.
You have a number of choices ahead of you. I can see that. You may not know, but my specialty of magic is divination. Peering into possibility, or viewing the past. Looking great distances without detection. Or, as I actually just did, taking your soul to another plane to observe and then return. Your choices. I see 3, but you may be presented with more as you journey. One is to accept what you are. Live your life as you please. It would come with challenges, of course. But it may be the easiest. Second, he kind of gestures back down to the tome, is completing those passages. Marking yourself as an enemy of Zahir forever. Or guaranteeing that they will pressure continually, take you into their servitude. And the third, there is a way to change your body without necessarily removing the curse. There are magics of transfiguration in this world. It goes beyond illusion. That would twist your flesh again as it was before and return you to your form, though the curse itself would remain.
I've seen that before. There was this individual. I'm not sure if they are truly an elf or a gnome, but they used a ring that would transform them. And
I am unsure if an enchanted object would have enough power, but it would certainly be something worth trying. Your curse will put up a fight when it comes to twisting your flesh, so it may require a little more power. But it is an interesting prospect. A ring that transfigured the flesh. You saw this.
yeah, I didn't have the chance to really ask them about it. We were in the middle of hunting down a cold. Anyway, it was a ring.
I need to talk to my enchanter. Because much like the first time we met, how I concealed myself as a gnome, that was only an illusion of light. That was not transfiguration of my flesh. Quite interesting. Given at least the options you have before you now, which would you choose?
But not settle with this. I do wish to. I think translating the book would be one of the better options. The ring is very nice, but the first and last one are both hiding the fact that it's not me. I must change myself permanently.
You want a true return.
Yes.
He takes the tome that's basically just sitting in the center of the thing now, and if you are ready, I can fill in a small number of these passages.
I'm ready.
In the section where it says, the serpent whispers, come into the embrace, and with blood as the ink, the pact is made. This is a section of this that more describes the ritual that creates the blood cursed, rather than the cleansing of it. Immediately after that, let the venom of the blessed serpent flow freely, filling the chalice of the unwilling vessel, that they may be anointed, and may they live with darkness that coils their soul. Looks like this transcription of this tome specifically was shifted some. The only other thing I can help you with is into the section that speaks of where cleansing can occur. And he's thinking to himself for a moment. Seek ye the sacred waters of the River Varun. Where Lextra's blessing flows. With her symbol upon thy heart, and the blood of a willing serpent in hand, beseech the Changebringer for salvation. Do you recognize those names, Lextra and the Changebringer?
Not.
The Changebringer is a prime deity. Your fate-touched nature stands in direct opposition to your goal. I believe this ritual requires at least a pact with the Changebringer. The River Varun winds through the western side of Marquette. There is a great length to it, and unfortunately, as far as the specifics of where Lextra's blessing flows, I can offer no aid in this. Lextra is a being of divinity, but not a god. A hallowed being. They walked this world during the calamity.
Said Valrune was in Marquette?
Varun is the river that could be referenced here.
Gotcha.
It doesn't show up on the map, but as you can imagine from a river in a desert, it's likely not that big. Just winds down the western side, like the western coast of Marquette.
I just want to make sure I heard you right. I didn't know if you said Marquette
Yeah.
or some other place.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
But, Basil would know that the western side of Marquette, it's borderline tropical. It's still hot and still a desert, but it's kind of like a palm desert up against the coast. The eastern coast, completely bone dry, of course.
I think I have a place in mind and some questions. Be answered again.
I would hope that my assistance has at least answered more questions than it has created. But, as is the nature with things, it's not always the case.
How much do you know of the Changebringer?
The Changebringer is often referred to as the Trickster God. They are the god of the moon, specifically of not Ruidus, but Catha. Often referred to as Avandra. And you may have noticed the similarity in name between Avandra and Lextra. It's surmised Lextra was the daughter of the Changebringer in mortal form. She's often called she who makes the path. There is one last. The text calls for the symbol of the Changebringer. Her devotees often carry a coin with which they allow to fall all of their decisions. Emblazoned with her likeness. That may be what you seek.
Thank you.
You may not want to thank me yet. And he stands from the tea. I do have one more thing you could attempt. An artifact that I have collected and maintained that allows one to peer into possibility. Do you wish to use it?
I'm not entirely sure if I want to, after what happened with Lady Maria.
Lady Maria, her magic was much like mine. Part of why I was so looking forward to seeing her at the lavish chateau, but this operates on an entirely different principle. That I can guarantee. But if your concerns are too great, I cannot force anything on you.
I'm more worried about the gods targeting you. Just a slight feeling that I had that's what's happened to Maria, but I'm not sure. I just feel like it wouldn't be a wise decision.
I read the reports of Maria's death. You are fate-touched. You have no threads of fate. Yet she was almost strangled by them. How would that have come from you?
She was strangled by them. We had Syranos. He was covered in strings.
I would ask that you reserve that detail yourself. Syranos stands at the precipice of many important decisions himself that may only do harm to him, but the decision would be yours.
I think I will use this device that you mentioned.
As he waves his hand, the tea set dissipates. The room actually... It doesn't necessarily put you in like a black void. You still get the sense of shape around you, but it's made more colorless. And then a door opens. We must leave the magic of these rooms and enter the tower proper. He steps through the doorway.
All right.
On the other side of the doorway, it is not the meeting room anymore. You get the sense that that's part of the magical mansion that was created. Instead, it is a long stone stairway, simply hewn, not extravagant in any way. Arcane torches light the steps with a pale blue light. Walking down for what feels like an uncomfortable amount of time, with a number of turns back, turning down. A series of doorways occasionally dot this path. And just about at the point that Basil would probably go, hey, how long are we going to be walking? You come upon a doorway that rests at the end of it, rather than being to the side. And reaching his hand out, small pulse of magic. Doorway itself opens, the door dissolving to nothingness. And in front is a simple chamber, arched stone, kind of like this blackish carpet with gold filigree throughout it. And in the center of the room is a mirror. A mirror that, again, appears quite simple, a ovaloid metal frame, 2 legs that hold it. This is the artifact. Please step inside. And as you do, make a perception check.
That is a nat 20.
Nat 20, damn, okay. Okay, I mean, that's going to give you an interesting little detail. Looking around the room, there is truly nothing of descript around the rest of the room. It is just a vaulted, arched room. The mirror itself, though, along its ridge, are finely, minutely carved runes around the entirety of it. Some that even upon the glass of the reflection, and small green, like, veins of a different type of glass that reach in a few inches. This mirror is 3.5 feet wide, 4 feet wide, maybe 6-ish feet tall, enough that any typical humanoid would be able to stand in full view of it. But pulsing slightly from it almost looks like the way heat waves bend light, but it's a consistent. Have you ever seen the Schlieren effect when a bullet passes the yeah, it's like that, but it's this dull gray magic. And with a natural 20 on perception, it's very similar to the magic that Syranos uses when he creates a copy of himself. Uncannily similar. But Darren walks forward and stands to the side of the mirror. Well, you need only peer at yourself. Standing roughly there. I can attest to its safety. It's not something that takes anything from you or can malfunction necessarily. The worst I've seen it do is nothing.
Reassuring. I step forward.
Okay. You look to the mirror, to yourself in the mirror.
Yeah, I'm also gonna glance at Darren. Am I supposed to look for anything particular?
In the times that I have used this, though it appears it can only be used a certain quantity or a certain volume of magic per person, I had no effect on it regardless of how I attempted to extend my will. Possibility will be shown to you for what it is. Only possibility. Turn back to the mirror.
Yeah.
Okay. In looking to the mirror for a number of seconds, nothing really happens. But what does start, your body just feels just a little bit heavier. And that pulsing from it feels like the mirror is growing closer to you, or maybe you're closer to it. And then finally, there's a pulse of that gray light. Now, you can choose to attempt to resist its effects or submit. It would be a wisdom saving throw.
It's going to submit to it.
Okay. With no resistance, the dunamantic magic washes over you. And you're... Oh. Your vision skews into two separate things and then skews 4, 8, dozens of different paths that could be taken. Quickly, which direction are you moving?
Bottom left.
Bottom left. Okay. Okay. Turning your attention to the bottom left, you feel it draw you, and you move into that space. You can sense that your body in the real world isn't moving necessarily, or it's perhaps that all of this is taking place in an instant. As if you're flying through a tunnel, you move and enter a space of this grand expanse. Darkened blue skies with barely a faint light on the horizon of a reddish glow. And the entirety of the landscape is a writhing, churning mass of black scale. Looming in the distance is an enormous serpent sweeping across the land. It doesn't take much to sense out a deep, deep connection between your blood curse and this deity, whom you are within their domain. What do you do?
Looking for an exit, just trying to get out.
You turn your perspective, and as your view turns, you realize that this writhing land of scale is the body, the length, infinite and coiling of Zahir, at home in their domain, the cloaked serpent. Now that you've turned, the mass on the horizon swirls across your view, encircling you.
Darren, are you there?
As you call out at the point that the mass is in front of you, you see these deep yellow eyes turn. And with speed that defies logic, as off on the horizon, miles away, this creature is swirling around you, and the coil closes and closes tighter and tighter until the scales whirring around you act as a tornado are pulling closer and closer and closer. And then at one final moment, you are grabbed all around you. You feel blood fill your throat. Instinctively splashes out onto this shining black scale. In between each armored plate, a little bit of a black mist pours out. Cloak of Zahir. And then your head turns up, and the face of an enormous serpent, wide, with horns and spikes trailing down the back, and serpent-like yellow eyes, is directly in front of you.
Let me go.
Make a persuasion check.
It's a 12.
Convincing. You realize that convincing a god to do something other than what they want is probably futile. The creature rears back, fangs extending, and a thick, viscous green lands on its own body. The drips close down to yours, and as the liquid cuts through your flesh, the last thing you see before darkness, the snake's maw closing on you. And then you open your eyes, and you are in the room with Darren, standing in front of the mirror.
Darren, you told me this would be safe.
If you wouldn't mind sharing what you saw.
I saw the serpent god.
And what happened?
It killed me.
One of the many possibilities. Reach within yourself now and look for how to say this. For whether you believe this is an inevitability. And as you do, the sense of dread, the sense of certainty that moment held, it's gone. You were within the completion of that possibility. But now, you stand before it. Any number of crossroads that could take you to that point. But it's up to you to make the choices that avoid that outcome. And that's where we're going to end your session.
Man.
Last we left off, Drak, after encountering a group that came to be known as the Forge Force, while moving through the customs of the Wuyin Gates, requested that they assist in escorting him to the south on his way to Nicodranus in order to complete his sales of cabbages. On the way, during the very first watch, entrusted to someone other than himself, an unruly kobold infiltrated the camp, and through a series of unfortunate circumstances, many of the cabbages were destroyed. Continuing southward and hitching a ride on an airship, traveled to Nicodranus, moved rather quickly. And it was not long before Drak found himself in Nicodranus proper, the airship perched beneath a flying fortress. He had offered the group refuge at the Drunken God's temple, but instead, all took their rest at the Tide Peak Tower, with the support and direction of Darren, the Elven Wizard. Drak, your room that you've created for yourself, this jungle scene with a hammock, the rest, does remind you of home. Though your home is far from here and far washed away by the sands of time. What's going through your mind?
Trying to think of ways on how to get his staff back from the other side of the portal.
As your mind moves in that direction, you yourself are hallowed. You possess a spark of divinity. You have not ascended to godhood by any means, as that would have been much more of an historic event. But in the battle against Ygondu, alongside the heroes of that time, now passed by 200 years, though a few of them still remain in the world. That moment where Ygondu's back was against the wall, figuratively. The portal behind her, her ravenous gnashing, and desire to remain on the primaterial plane. It was clear to you that she could not be allowed to stay here. Wildmount had all but been sundered already, with her presence having only been there for a short time. You think to that moment where you look up to her face, your staff pressed against her chest, the portal open behind her, the obelisks having punched a hole through the divine gate, ready to eject a god. And you looked to your staff, and you knew that without a push and a command to it to follow through, Ygondu would not have gone the other side of the divine gate so easily.
Drak would just be eating something from his bag, maybe a backup cabbage or a banana or something.
Backup
His own ration.
I like it.
And trying to think of where to go to next to maybe figure out how to get into that other side to retrieve his beloved weapon and thinking of what he's going to leave for the others when he needs to.
Okay. As you continue pondering, and slumber is encroaching on you, though, given your nature, it's simple enough to ward it away on a whim. A little ringing in your head, which you would know, especially from your time alongside the heroes that fought against Ugandu. This spell you're within is Melf's magnificent mansion. It is a construction of a demi-plane that is used as shelter, as home, as acquirement, nourishment, rest. Wizards and sorcerers and even bards have utilized this spell to have a place to stay, even when abroad. You would know that this little ringing is someone attempting to enter the space you're in, requesting access.
I'll just say, who is it?
As you respond, effectively in the affirmative, in the space in front of you, not against a wall or anything, a small line of arcane energy, and a door opens, and Darren is there. It's actually quite late at night, you realize. This is probably midnight to 1. And you didn't expect him this late. Expected maybe to have a conversation in the morning. But he does step in and says, I hope I'm not intruding.
No. I'm just thinking about the past, contemplating the future, and they'll reach in, I'm like, here, and toss him an apple.
He catches it and holds it. Is it a normal apple?
Yeah, just a normal one.
I appreciate it. He waves his finger and a spectral chest appears behind him, floating in the air, kind of like ethereal and translucent. Its lid opens, and the apple floats out of his hand into it. Chest closes and disappears.
That's better than his bag.
In some ways, it requires magic to access it, where the bag is constant. Drak, I think you recognize that you do not belong here.
That's true. But I have been trying to figure out a way to get back to normal where I need to be.
It is that reason, that objective. And he waves his hand and kind of a table and chairs appear. And he goes and sits down. That I come to speak with you.
Okay.
He gestures over to the other chair.
I'll hop off the hammock and sit down into the chair.
I, as you may know, played a part in the construction of the obelisks. You are aware of their end function. Yes?
Vaguely, I was mainly there to try to help in the battle sort of side of things. But
The
I knew
lattice work.
of it.
Go ahead.
I was say I knew of the function.
The lattice work of arcane power that makes up the Divine Gate is of immense power. And it took these obelisks and integrating directly with, at the time, the convergence of Exandria's ley lines to punch a hole, if even for a short time. When your weapon traveled alongside Yigandu, I believe it entered her domain with her.
I knew that was a possibility. I was hoping it wasn't true, but
Your goal is retrieval. There is no magic that is known that can reach through the cosmos to pluck a single item from another plane, especially from the other side of the Divine Gate.
sounds like you have an idea, though.
If the item cannot come to you,
It's an interesting proposal.
I imagine in the 200 years since Yigandu has been ejected, she has established a physical plane in her domain, as all of the other gods have done in theirs. What do you know of planar travel?
I would assume as a monk you'd know something about it, but probably not. Just enough that it's possible to go in between planes,
Yeah,
but
that's
not quite the
probably-
ability to do it.
Yeah, that's likely about it. It's the, I imagine Drak hasn't really... He's been in
Never
the
had
world.
the need. Yeah.
Yeah, but not of the world. Darren,
All I know, it's possible.
of course. Traveling between planes requires an item that is attuned to that plane. Or the plane of fire, with which some commerce is performed, as well as the plane of water, the ethereal plane, and even the astral sea. There are objects available or acquirable to travel. A plane that is newly created would normally have none. But Yigandu's fatal mistake of separating shards of divinity from herself in an effort to empower her generals during her ascension that allowed us to banish her, using her shards as the focus and the source of the signature for the obelisks to utilize. I believe these shards may be equivalent to an item that is attuned to her plane.
Do you happen to have any on hand?
Each obelisk houses one within it. And the obelisk here at the Tide Peak does, in fact. Though it is one of the smaller.
Well, even if it's, as you say, attuned to that plane, more than likely, even the smallest one should be able to at least get a couple people over.
It is. And it is not something that would be consumed by this act. But herein lies the problem, and a decision you would need to make. Returning a mote of divinity to a god, a portion of their soul that they have severed off. Do you understand what that would do?
I can see the complications that would arise, or could arise.
These modes of divinity are not indestructible. In times past, when weapons were created using them, and the crafting of those weapons failed, motes were lost to eternity. Ioun, when the Whispered One ascended, offered up, even in her weakened state, a mote of her own divinity, and the group that sought to bind the Whispered One, the other side of the Divine Gate, mishandled it, breaking it.
I guess the question is, would the power from those motes be instantly transferred over, or if you were to use it?
That is a difficult question, as the divine, while it is something I dabble in, divination is my focus. It would depend on the construct of Ygondu's plane. Are you destined to travel to her plane and be immediately standing face to face with an ascended god that has had time to revel and develop in their divinity? Or would there be a great landscape that perhaps she would not even know you were there? This I could attempt to divine, but I would need a share of your hallowed power. A mote of divinity from yourself.
That might actually be worth it, because it might be good to be able to get my staff back so I can help in the coming fight that these new heroes have in front of them. I might be able to be more of use. So yes, we can use what I have to be able to divine what you can see.
It is that possibility in and of itself that is the sole reason I am even willing to attempt this. He stands and walks to the side of you, sets his hand gently on your shoulder, and calmly says, I recognize the risk you take. Your tentative grasp on what remains of your divinity is unstable. I do believe it is the right course of action, but if at any point you elect to turn back, I will make sure it is returned to you.
Now, this isn't going to send me there right now, right?
No. We will simply turn our gaze that direction.
Let's take a peek.
First, we must go down to the obelisk, as I need an attuned item for this as well.
Before we do,
Hmm?
I have put something together. Maybe you can give to the group when I do head out after I leave. And I'm going to pull out, let's see, there's 5 of them, 5 different satchels. So
Okay.
these are all for them. And we'll go down naming the order of Sashem, Arnie, Zenesha, Basil, and this one right here is for Syranos. And I'll give you the list of what's in each of them.
All right. And he does take them. Holding out his hand, they all begin to levitate, and again, waves his finger. The spectral chest appears. The bags enter. He turns and gives you a little bit of a smile, pulls out the apple, takes a bite of it. The chest closes and disappears. I was a little peckish.
I know when people are hungry. As I pat my nose.
He opens a new doorway that leads to a stairs. Moving down the stairs towards where you already knew there was an obelisk here in the Tide Peak Tower, as the plan that came together over the course of the months that Yigandu was ravaging Wildmount involved this band of heroes. And specifically one you grew to care deeply for, Sora, who was a half-Hadozi wizard and artificer. There's a bit of trepidation in your step. In your long existence, as you've held on to divinity for a number of centuries, you generally avoided getting too close to many mortals, as you learned early on, due to your immortal nature, that they would come and go. But her brightness, her optimism, it struck something different. It wasn't a romantic love, but rather a kinship. Her red fur stood in stark contrast to your gold. But with contrast also comes balance. You know that during the construction of this obelisk below the Tide Peak Tower, it was attacked by Yigandu's forces, and one of Yigandu's null generals, the Hyena Lord, nearly shattered it. And that thought crossing your mind is at the same time that the threshold at the bottom of the stairs moves past you. And there it is. The enormous obelisk held in this space, not in some demiplane or within some kind of spell, but truly here beneath the tower. Half shattered, with Sora still chained to the broken section tying together what pieces remain. A permanent act. Truly permanent, even on the scale of divinity. Dooming her, imprisoning her, so that Yigandu could be cast out. Darren turns and recognizes what you see. Drak, she made her choice. And it could not have been easy.
We all made choices that day. Some of them hurt more than others.
He steps forward to the base of the obelisk, placing his hand on it, and a great array of symbols appear on this face. And as he slides one down, some of the others shift and move in response. Slides another. You would know that these obelisks each have a unique method of access. This one is not much more complicated than a password, but a password that changes every day. As he pulls a final rune into place, there's just a reverberation through the chamber, and a small opening reveals itself, and within it, a sickly dark purple glowing object you would know to be a shard of Ygandu's divinity. It sits 2.5 to 3 inches tall. The hyena lord that attacked this obelisk had it imbued within him and effectively delivered it. But the damage he had done was too great for the obelisk to be operated as intended. You recall that moment where the erupting magic of the ley lines that was accumulating within the obelisk was lifting the shattered top up and away. And if it were to break free, all of the magic would spill out, causing untold devastation here in Nicodranus. With very little hesitation, only looking to you for a moment, and with a subtle smile, Sora launched herself up, placed her body into the gap, and channeling the magic through herself, cast arcane chains to draw the obelisk back into shape. And looking up even now, you can see her, still almost frozen in time, reaching and pulling on these chains to hold them.
She had more courage than I ever could. Anyway.
Silent for a moment, but he does respond. I find that now that my life is long, my courage wanes as well. It is ironic that those that live such short lives accomplish so much. He reaches in and plucks the shard from the obelisk. Are you ready?
I'm as ready as I ever can be. Let's take a look at what we have to deal with.
Stepping away from the obelisk a little bit, he kind of sets the shard to a point in the air where it stays. I am ready for your mote of divinity, Drak.
For fun flavor's sake, I'm gonna reach in to the bag and pull out a little bronze-looking thing.
Okay.
It's in the shape of a cabbage.
Of course it is.
And I'll say, here you go.
And so the bronze statue is really just a bronze statue. It doesn't mean much. But the moment the intent occurs, where you intend to hand over a mote of divinity, it is suffused with not a burst of magic, but it is filled to the brim. This object takes on what it should not be able and glows a bright golden light. With a little bit of a swallow, he reaches out and takes it. The moment it leaves your hand, It's not all of your divinity. Most of it you had suffused into your weapon. Long before even Ugandu. But it's a lot of it. And at that moment that it is pulled from you, you feel that beyond just power leaving you, that threshold that needs to be met to stave off mortality fades.
Ooh, well, that's better work.
You fall to 1 hit point. And you incur 9 points of exhaustion. You also, for all intents and purposes, until your divinity is restored, carry with you an unrecoverable or failed death saves.
4.
And if you incur a 5th, you will die. You feel this energy leave your body. You feel the stability of immortality fade. You know that this exhaustion, this wounding to you, that will heal. A rock falling on your head might end you in this moment if you're not careful, but you'll live for now. But starting this point, you will age, you will grow weary, and at some point you will die. Unless you succeed.
Catching his breath, he'll look up. Okay. Show me what we need to do now.
He grabs your gourd. I need a drink. And takes a good swig of it. And he... Oh. It's been a long time, friend. Hands it back to you. Oh. This may not be fully consumed, but I cannot guarantee that it won't be.
Well, if it's for the good of the future, I need to step forward with my own courage as I'm looking up at... You said Sora or Thora?
Sora.
Sora, okay. As I'm looking up to Sora.
He takes it and holds it in his hands. If you wish to join me in this vision of exploration of Ugandu's plain, clasp your hands around mine. And a swirl of golden energy builds around the two of you. You can still sense divinity. There's still just a spark of it inside of you. And it is being the moat burned away in order to do this. The godhood being consumed, erased by the magic, used as fuel for a quite powerful spell. Your hair and your beard begin to stand on end as arcane electricity swirls around the two of you. Even Darren's hair, long, silver, lifts and flows. Your clothes begin to whip in the winds and arcs of golden lightning arcing around the two of you. Make a perception check.
That would be a 1.
Yeah.
With the exhaustion stuff.
Yep. It's hard to peer through everything that's happening, especially given the condition of your body. As this spell completes, I will be projecting my soul into that plane, tethered. Should be safe. You will only be an observer. Are you ready?
Yeah, it's probably for the best, but yeah, I'm ready.
Plenar Adomitori. And he pulls your hands out, which stay out, and then claps his hands back together, shattering the rest of the moat of divinity, and you can feel it snuffed out. But what happens is your vision closes down to a pinprick. Off in the distance, you see a light. No, a lattice. A weave of immense proportion that extends beyond horizons, beyond time. The Divine Gate. It rushes past you. You feel the sensation of motion. And then you enter a space where you lurch to a halt.
What does it look like in this space?
It is dark. There are what appear to be torchlights intermittently in a field, a bog of sorts. There is no celestial body, no stars, no moon, and certainly no sun. Well, off we go. And you can tell you're effectively on the shoulder of Darren. Like a capuchin monkey.
Let's go with the theme. Heck yes.
You can tell that you cast a very faint golden light in a short radius that splashes across his face. You're able to turn and move. You don't necessarily have form. You can't look and peer at your hand, but you have some locomotion here. It appears you're not entirely just an observer. Your divinity seems to have affected the spell to a degree. Making your way closer to the ground, Darren doesn't touch to the ground. He wills himself through the air as a semi-ethereal form. Looks around. It appears it is of the latter that he holds out his hand, and the shard of Ygondu is there in his hand. She does not yet know that we are here, else we would have been beset upon immediately.
Once he says that, I'm gonna, in the mind, I guess, kind of close and concentrate to see if I can sense whatever direction maybe my staff is.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check with advantage because it's linked to your lingering spark of divinity. But still
19
exhausted.
minus 9 is 10.
Okay. In the past, you've never really been separated from your weapon after you infused it with your divinity for much more than a walk around the town and a town where you weren't allowed to carry weapons kind of thing. It's never been that far from you. But in those times, it was absolutely clear which direction it was. It was like this pull constantly to you that wanted to rejoin you. And it's there, but it's so vague right now. Whether it's your weakened state or the distance, you're not sure. It is generally ahead.
Hmm. Darren, I think I'm just gonna, in my mind, in what Drak's thinking, he's holding his hands out sideways, even though he can't see them. And he's like, I believe my staff is somewhere from here that way. Just kind of like motion the whole 50% of a circle.
And Darren turns to you. You see the light turn on his face, and he says, I understand your intent. Onward we go then. Moving vaguely in that direction, you travel. In moving through this bog of rot, it does not take long for you to realize that it is a sea of corpses. It is not a plant life. Ancient, long-consumed death that fed Ygandu, expelled here. You thank whatever fortune you have left that you are incapable of smell in this place. Refuse and filth as far as the eye can see, with a misty haze wrapped across its entire surface. The sense focuses just a little. You might be going in the right direction.
I'm gonna reach out and just say, head towards. If there's something that, like a tree or something, a torch or something, that is, I think it's the right direction. It's where I'm gonna say head towards that direction.
Okay.
Just because I can't really see much in here except for what's right around us and the torches you said.
Yes. While there is no major light source, there is still perception of the horizon. As the black sky falls to the horizon, that line, there's almost a blue glow in every direction. I'm trying to think of what Drak would know about planar construction. I don't think that would really fall in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's why I figured if there was a torch in that general direction that you're talking
There
about.
is. You do occasionally see what you initially believe to be trees. But as you pass them and the golden light washes over them, they are stitched corpses, torsos and arms, legs and hands, made in an effigy of a tree at best. Far in the distance. Go ahead.
No, it was just him kind of grunting at the fact that it's like, ugh.
Far in the distance, there begins to be, at first, what seems like a mound. But you start to realize is a structure. The torches that adorn its ramparts are of a deep, dark blue, ethereal light. Two enormous gates lie open. In its courtyard, a tree of corpses that stands larger than any that you saw before this, and stabbed haphazardly into its base, a medium-length golden staff shedding a bright yellow gold light.
I'm going to try to focus on it and let it know that I'm here, and hopefully hoping it would come towards me on its own. Yeah.
You extend your will, and in the past, as you wielded this weapon, it would levitate, strike even, when it wasn't even in your hand. As you wield it, it would fly. It would carry you through the sky. It would achieve miraculous acts, act as an immovable rod or an unstoppable force at your whim. But as your will extends now in your diminished divinity, you see it shiver. The glow expands slightly, but it does not move from its resting place.
Just kind of keep looking at it and say, Darren, there it is. Finally, at last.
Unfortunately, we cannot retrieve it in this state. As I said, you would have to travel here. Now, we had best leave before. And as he says that, in the light that is cast by your shadow, a large three-toed and clawed foot slams down. And then another. And leaning down into the golden light, you see the ragged face of a gnoll. A hyena-like yellow, banded mane stretches down the back, and glowing eyes of red. As this creature, who you know to be Ygondu, looms down. The light of her divinity washes over the staff and diminishes it to but a candle's flicker. And she looks to you, and Darren claps his hands, and you are back in the basement of the Tide Peak Tower. You see him in front of you still, as your hands are clasped, and he is breathing heavily.
That's going to be a little harder than I thought.
I can imagine she holds a grudge.
Maybe a little one.
The shard. Oh. And the shard rests in his hands, where yours was shattered. Your divinity consumed.
Well, at least we still have a way for sure to get back there when needed.
And we did not devote a portion of Ygondu's soul back to her.
At least some good came of it.
I'm sorry for the price it enacted on you. as he places the shard back in the obelisk.
Well, if I can get my staff back, that would be a small price to pay.
Drak, I wish you the best of luck. But I have a question to ask of you.
Okay.
These heroes you travel with now, are they ready to help you?
I feel they might soon be ready. But I still have a feeling they feel like they're missing a couple of things, or a couple of people, I don't know. But they have the drive. And from what I can tell, they have the reasons, the correct reason to do this.
As you say that, he looks up to Sora, bound in chains above. I believe you're right. And that's where we're going to end the session.
Awesome.